This is for the explorers, the wanderers, where others see darkness. They see stories to be told, worlds waiting to be found. They expand our horizons. They reach farther. They go first, while others sleep. They dream.
Whoops, wrong one. Hey, hello everyone. Welcome. Welcome to J Maxi. I see EV23 did not change her name as I suggested to Control V23, but that's okay. And hello Brad Caw and sorry, and hello Armando. How you doing? Hey Nick. Good evening, sir. How's Oh no, Armando fumbled the link. And Maxi, did you actually Control V the sentence Control V High Lawyer? Because you got in there pretty quick. And I'm starting to suspect anyone who's the first one in the chat is doing some Control Ving. Maybe. And it's like, I remember this scene from Spaceballs. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. the two lightsabers getting like twisted together. It's like the two Control Vs fighting each other for the #1 first comment on the stream. So, and Brad, I'm sorry. It was, I put a poll up, it wasn't even close. I am actually still playing Vintage Story. I was playing Vintage Story earlier tonight. In fact, when I put up the poll, I was playing Vintage Story. But the last few nights I've been playing more No Man's Sky. But I've been playing... I haven't stopped playing Vintage Story at all. I just was like... I started to feel like putting some other stuff into the mix. You're right, I'm pretty much going to wander around doing... well, you know... mostly it's gonna look like nothing. Probably nothing. It's a Riften of games. Yeah, this is not gonna be... Well, did I do that much in Vintage Story? I guess I did do some stuff in Vintage Story. And hey, you know, there's one little silver lining to hope for though, Brad. No Man's Sky wasn't getting along with when I had multiple things open earlier this week. Like, it started stuttering like crazy when I just had like a browser window open on the side, and it doesn't always do that, but if it starts misbehaving, it's probably my PC's fault because it's on its last legs. But if No Man's Sky starts misbehaving, I'll probably, you know, I got it ready. My backup, just do this. Vintage Story is all ready to go. See? This could be a Vintage Stories stream very easily. This game is trending right now. Yeah, there was a big update. They added ship interiors. They had added a new class of ships like that you can custom build with interiors. So it's actually a fairly robust addition to the game. Armando is already into it. You said you built your first one already. I'm nowhere near that, although I think I just got a first you get missions that pop up that start introducing you to new mechanics. I started a new game just because it's been several years since I played. And so yeah, I think I just got a mission pop up about building what are they called? Frigates is the new ship class. You're watching someone on Twitch stream a vintage story. He hasn't progressed nearly as far as I have. You're 400 hours and you remain safe. I keep restarting No Man's Sky, but it's because every time I play No Man's Sky, it's basically like a new game. So I don't know how much I have in it overall. Now I'm curious to check. I didn't like any of the No Man's Sky music I could find. So does anyone recognize the music that's playing here? I know it's music that some of you have heard. Probably a lot. Well, you probably heard on this stream because it's from a game that I've streamed before. It's been a couple years. You've been able to completely stop using your foot scooter. You're heading on the front last Sunday just using your cane. And you were out from 6 p.m. to, oh wow, almost 7 hours. Yeah, that definitely sounds like you're improving. I'm really glad to hear that. I do, wait, do I have No Man's Sky on Steam? I do, okay. I have 163 hours on No Man's Sky. That's spread over, 9 years of, like, playing for... I guess once or twice I got really into it. I think that was it the Frontiers update? It was one of the updates where they added vehicles and stuff, and I think base building, which wasn't always there. It wasn't even the good version of base building. Did I see your stupid vintage story video? No! No, Brad. I did not. The music feels a little Star Trek-y. No. Although I did consider using Star Trek music. Saturation. The controversy rocking vintage story. Clickbait title. Oh, shit.
Alright, hello and welcome.
It's Brad.
I'm Internet Brad Pritchard. This is a vintage story thing. Probably the only vintage story video I'm going to make. Making a good vintage story video generally requires a lot of editing because there's a lot of...
I haven't made any good ones.
Waiting around in this game. I love this game. I've been playing this game for like a month straight, barely playing anything else.
Alright. Brad probably did not expect I was going to do this, but let's just say it's going on my radar.
And which is
oh, sorry. I'm gonna give it a like, and I'm gonna add it to my watch later, whatever. Save to watch later. I'm surprised I wasn't aware of it. I'm pretty sure. I thought my YouTube was dialed in to pretty much like immediately notify anytime you do anything on your channel, Brad. You felt it that night and the next day, but you were able to do it. Well, I mean, that's the thing, like, anything you do when you push yourself, even if it's just exercising when you're out of shape, same thing. You're going to feel it for the next couple days. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. Unless you're worse, like, suddenly you can't walk at all, or you've re-injured yourself. You started about a year ago. They've added so much to the game over the years that I think the problem is I started playing it when it was a bit more bare bones, And so I always get this kind of feeling like, you know, here it is, the same old thing over and over again. And then, but when I start it, I never get far enough to see all the new stuff they've added. So, how is the music volume, by the way? It's not too loud, is it? My music meter is looking a little loud. So, you're doing well. Good. Physical therapy is very easy. You finished in record time. You're gonna go to a spa this Saturday with your best friend. Oh, that sounds cool. I started doing a little bit of exercise this week. Not much, but I need a break. I'm starting to have like a lot of lower back pain because I just sit too much in my office chair. It's a good chair, but holy crap, I've barely done any kind of physical activity. It's starting to get like real like back soreness and stuff. So there's some low back stretching and strengthening exercise videos that I've had off of YouTube for like 10 years that I go back to from time to time when I start having back pain. And you do it like 3 times a week, and for me, once I start doing it, after a couple weeks, my back gets better. So, and then also it starts getting you a little bit of where you're used to a little bit of physical activity. So sort of opens the door to becoming more active. So I've started doing that. Music is okay. Okay, thanks. Well, also, when we get in our new place, it's going to be easier for me to get back into like Beat Saber and stuff. And hopefully we'll find ways to be able to walk Millie in public again, because I basically stopped walking Millie almost a year ago. That was I stopped Beat Sabering when we got Millie, but I walked Millie like 45 minutes to an hour every day, like a half hour in the morning, half hour in the evening. And then she became so reactive where we lived that I couldn't take her out in public anymore, because there's just too many people live around where I live. You can't take 5 steps without crossing paths with somebody, and she'd lose her shit and scare the hell out of everyone we cross paths with. And not to mention trying to attack every single car that drives by, and there's a lot of them. I hope she tires herself out in the yard. No, Brad. I think I agree. I don't know that Beat Saber is like good streaming material. Unless I don't know. If I found a different way if I used mods to find a different way to present it. Because there are ways you can mod it so that you can actually see what the hell's going on as a viewer, but I haven't done any of that. Well, one time I did, then I think the mod's broke and I never tried it again. But there's some ways to do it to make it a little easier to follow. But I still don't know if that's like something I want to do again. So, speaking of the house, it's closing tomorrow. We actually I took the day off work. We drove to the county where we're buying and we signed all of the mortgage paperwork with the lender, with the title company, and tomorrow they're gonna file with the court, the county clerk, and we're gonna officially own the house. So thanks, it's finally happening. We got our fence. Let's see, did I save any of those pictures? They were doing one last thing today. They're still at the very last second doing some work. And that's because they found some moisture bar, like in one side of it's not a basement, what is it, the crawl space? And they figured out it's because when the neighbor runs their sprinklers, if they run it a long time, they're sort of like up a slope from our house, and it could run into our yard. So the last thing they're doing, which they did today, is they dug a French drain, which is basically just like, you dig up a ditch and have some like drainage, like a pipe underground, something that can take the water and pipe it out the side of your yard. Tell them to stop watering their fucking lawn. I don't know if they overwater, if it's just because we're on a hill, it just ends up running into our whatever. Because they probably have sprinklers that are relatively, close to our property line. Oh, it's still right now. It's 79 degrees out here. It's been warm for Oregon. You know, I guess for late August, going into September, it's not that warm, but it's warm here. Let me see. Where did I have? I think I saved some pics. Yeah. So I don't know if I had it last week, but there's the air conditioning. They put in the air conditioning, which was one of the bottlenecks. That was it was like the house couldn't close. It couldn't appraise until we had that. And get rid of that. And now we got the fence. Oh, this is a huge resolution. So, yeah, we got our fence. It goes all the way around. That's the whole side of the property. That's probably the whole, like, if you pan to the left, you'd see the house there too. That's from the front yard fence all the way to the backyard fence. But yeah, so we're pretty stoked. And we think the fence is, you know, I mean, it's just a regular fence, but it's new and shiny and exciting for us, so. I know that one of our neighbors has a cat that's, I've heard, mostly stays inside, but we've seen it in, like, the window. I don't know if anyone else has a dog. I want to say there was, like, evidence that one of the neighbors had a dog because they had, like, one of those stakes that you put outside. The neighbor right next to us, maybe before the fence went up, they had a stake where you like could stake down a leash to go into for a dog, but we don't know for sure if they have a dog. Let me see. Get that one out of there. Millie's gonna be bullied by the cat. I don't know about that. Millie is anxious and a little bit scared of everything, and her way of reacting to being afraid is to scare it away. She doesn't run. She turns on the aggression. And it works. People are scared of her. And she does, if you didn't know her, like the funny thing is when she's barked at people and they've been scared, I had to keep myself from laughing because I'm like, oh, she's such a little princess scaredy pants around the house. But like when she, especially even when she plays wolf mouth and stuff, if you didn't know that she's actually only biting me very gently and that it's all like play fighting, it could look like she's fucking trying to kill me. And that one, except that she stops every 5 seconds and licks my hand. So, hey Ethan, howdy. How you doing, man? The cat will use the claws on her and she'll learn a lesson. Oh, that could be. It depends on the cat, really, because I've seen cats that are skittish as hell, and I've seen other cats that are like, yeah, go ahead and try it. So it really depends on the cat. Reseal the fence every year or two, or to look like hell before long. Yeah, there's a lot of, and that's, thanks for bringing it up, because I didn't even thought of that, Maxie. There's a whole lot of stuff that we're gonna have to like educate ourselves on that we've never had to worry about before. So, like the first thing I started looking into is we're gonna redo basically our landscaping, but for the time being, you know, they gave us the lawn and a bunch of wood mulch, which looked nice, but we're starting to see like weeds and stuff grow through it. And so I looked up like, how do you keep weeds from coming through wood mulch? And I was like, oh, it's a pretty involved process that I'm guessing they didn't do. About like layering barriers underneath to try to keep sunlight from getting through. It's like, oh. But, oh, I never said what the music was from, did I? Maxie, you guessed it sounded like Star Trek music, and I agree, it does. Anyone else have a guess for what this music is before I reveal the secret? It's your chance to earn a huge amount of like G-Law cred, respect, you know? They didn't use the weed barrier. Well, I heard like you can use like layers of newspaper or cardboard overlapping so the sun doesn't get through. A star as the music. Let's see what else. So yeah, so we're moving on Thursday. This is Amanda, my wife, kept saying because I was I told her originally I wasn't sure what tonight was going to look like, whether I would stream or not, and it's still like we should probably be packing more, but I am so like exhausted of the whole we're moving thing. And we're gonna definitely have to pack a bit more, but we're like the movers we're hiring, you pay them by the hour, and we're okay with like paying them an extra hour or so to pack whatever we haven't gotten to yet. We've done like a lot of the stuff like the kitchen, most of the kitchen, but there's just a lot of junk left over. Probably some junk we need to go through. You can spray mulch to kill the weeds. Oh, I guess we could try that. Is there anything if we did that would if Millie was running around in that mulch that would hurt her though? I guess eventually we're gonna have to use pesticides on something. But that was one thing I thought about, like, yeah, we'd probably spray the hell of like some pesticide, but I don't. Then it's like if Millie's all rolling around in that shit, putting it in her mouth all the time, with like all of her balls and shit rolling in there, getting the mulch dust all over it. There should be something pet safe. I guess there would be. Do I know how to play cribbage? I can't remember if I do. There's a lot of games that I've played and then forgotten, where I'm like, hey, I've heard that name, but I can't remember if I played it. Oh, looks like Armando, you going for one more guess? It is not Star Wars Outlaws. Music from the Hunger Games. Let me see. I'm gonna give you even more of a hint in a second. Just to be weird about it. Okay. I'm gonna play the background video for the stream for when I played this game. So I'm gonna show you in-game footage. Not gonna say what it is. This is footage from the game and/or its trailers that the music belongs to. I'm pretty sure you're gonna get it, Maxie. Hey, Matus, there is lots of planets out there. No, not the Planet Crafter. I'm almost sure you got this game. I'm not 100%, but I think you did get this game. If you didn't, then I apologize for thinking you should be getting this. Yeah, Starfield. Yes. So I literally took the background video that I made for Starfield, dragged it into my video footage that I was putting together of No Man's Sky trailers, and just subbed out the audio. So, because I remember liking the music from my No Man's Sky, or from my Starfield intro video. Okay, so now this is actually No Man's Sky footage again. I gotta get ready again in case I end up playing Vintage Story. I'm ready to switch over to Vintage Story if No Man's Sky does not behave itself. Starfield is Bethesda crapola. You know what? I really feel like I think Starfield got like unduly shit on. Because I think it wasn't what people wanted it to be. People had expectations of what they wanted it to be, and they wanted it to be the best space simulator and the best RPG, the best, whatever. I think they wanted it to be all these things that it turned out it wasn't. But I also think it's not like any other game that's ever been made. You could compare it to what's that one that Obsidian made, and they're making a second one of that I can't think of the name. It came out a couple years before it. The people who made the Fallout New Vegas. If that had sort of the same style, but the game was super small in scope. Oh, Outer Worlds, yeah, Matus. I was enjoying Starfield. There was a problem. Some update happened on the Nexus app, and it tried to like reorganize something about how the mods are deployed, and it completely fucked up my mods, and I couldn't fix it. I tried for like about an hour to fix it, and I got so pissed off that I was just like, well, fuck it. And so I didn't. I haven't played it since, because I'm gonna either need to figure out how to solve that problem, or I don't know. Once you have a bunch of broken mods in a game, it can be a little intimidating to want to go back to it. When you're Starfield is good. It gets a lot of flack because of the history of Bethesda. Yeah, I really feel like I really don't understand why people shit on it as much as they did. Except for, yeah, it's true that they thought they were gonna be like, hey, it's gonna be like Star Citizen, except with Bethesda, Bethesda style world building, and it's gonna be like flying around in Elite Dangerous, and like it's not a robust space sim. It just isn't. I think that pissed a lot of people off. And then the other thing that it did to piss people off is it took elements from both of the genres and put them in a way that displeased everybody. So there's 1,000 planets in Starfield. Most of them are procedurally generated. Most of the areas. There are only certain areas and zones that are handcrafted, and they're like special quest zones and everything else. And outside of that, it's like a lot of procedural generation that is in some ways reminiscent of No Man's Sky, where if you just go off in a certain direction, you'll start seeing like the same thing. Oh, there's another outpost to look at, or there's another this to look at. It's like no matter what planet you land on, you start going in a certain direction. You're like, oh, there's another one of those weapons factories with bandits in it, but if you play No Man's Sky and you land on a planet and start running in any given direction and spend a half hour doing it, that's what you're going to see too. The same procedurally generated like stuff. But when you go to the actual handcrafted content and the handcrafted areas, it is really well done. It's just if you want to go into like literally the 1,000 other planets, and there's like between them there's probably millions of square miles, and it's a little bit like Daggerfall. If you ever played Daggerfall, that whole thing is actually bigger than England, like the landmass of England. It's like thousands of square miles. But if you're not at a quest point, it's just like it's all generic. Just land with like really nothing interesting on it. They expected to start a Citizen, they should have been prepared for disappointment. Well, the thing is, like, people pan on Star Citizen too. The fact of the matter is all those games do different things very well. Star Citizen, I've done their free weekends. I tried one, and I was blown away with what they've built there. The problem is they don't have, like, once you get past the presentation of the world they built, there's not a whole lot to do in it aside from generic make your own kind of fun adventures. So that's where it was like, hey, if they could get together, these different companies, and if you could have like Star Citizen got together with Bethesda and made like some actual handcrafted content to do, as Star Citizen would. Well, they actually have they do have a campaign, but they've been sitting on it for like 12 years. It's supposed to be coming soon. Star Citizen was the biggest non-crypto scam of our time. Star Citizen's hard to pick, and I know a lot of people do feel like it's a scam, but they've obviously made microtransactions and ships available for people that want to spend the money to fund the game, and they've kept crowdsourcing money, but it's a hard story with that one. Because there are the people that keep giving the money are the ones that telling them to keep developing, and we'll like keep giving the money, saying no, keep doing these features, keep doing more, don't release it, don't release, keep doing new features. So it's the people that are paying them that are like sort of keeping them on that path to some extent, because they sort of let their donors sort of have a lot of democratic input into how the development continues and when they're going to consider it finished or not. It's a vintage story. But I gotta say, and I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, but I played the free weekend and I flew the ships, the free ship that they give you, and I walked around one of the major cities. There's a few different planets that have like major cities. And I was blown away. I'll be honest, like I was really impressed with what they had built there. Like, it was one of the most amazing sci-fi worlds to walk around in. The problem is nothing was happening in it, right? There's no wars going on. There's no story going on. There are no missions. There might be like, maybe there's rudimentary missions, like go kill 10 pirates or whatever that you can get. I never got far enough to look into. But it kind of blew me away what they had built. So yeah, but it's a hard thing. I mean, by all means, it's looked at as a scam because people look at like, what have they raised? Like $800 million over 12 years, and it hasn't released yet. And when you look at it, just like put those two facts next to each other, it looks like a fucking scam. But it's not like they just took the money and run. Like, they have fucking developed the hell out of that game. And they're doing some pretty incredible stuff with it. It's just they need to wrap it the fuck up. I agree, they need to wrap it up. That's why I don't play it. That's why I haven't put any money into it. Because I'm like, I want to wait until you have what you consider to be a completed game, and then I'll pay money and I'll play it. All it's got now, basically, is the most expensive and impressive tech demo I've ever seen. Jurassic Park horror game. No, I don't think I have heard about that. Well, I almost, when I did that free weekend, I almost, quote, bought it. Because I was like, it was cool enough that I was like, hey, I want to be around for whenever this gets finished. And I think they will finish it. If you're going to ask me to bet, I think they'll finish it. But I was like, well, as impressive as this is, I don't think I'm going to like want to devote any time to it until they've figured out what it is. Unless it became like like an MMO or something. MMOs are never technically finished, but at least they have content that you can complete, even if it turned into something like that, where it's never really finished, but they still have what you could consider a complete experience. Like an MMO, you can sort of consider they have an end game and you can grind over and over again, but you can basically like quote unquote beat World of Warcraft, right? Until the next expansion comes out and expands the story, right? I'll take a look at that. All right. I'm gonna take a look at that video, Maxie, right now.
I own an island off the coast of Costa Rica. Really spectacular, spared no expense. For this place, I wanted to show them something that wasn't an illusion. Something that was real.
Can anyone hear me? This is Dr. Maya Joshi. I've been left behind on Isla Nubla.
I'm getting a little bit of like Alien Isolation, but with Raptors vibe. In which case, if they do it right, this could be really good. Now that I think about it, I'm wondering why they haven't put raptors into Dead by Daylight yet. Have Velociraptors as the new monster? So she could be the new survivor. Have Jeff Goldblum as one of the survivors. When he gets bit, he'll say, nature finds a way. He gets the other raptor picking the people up with his little arms and throwing them on the hook. A Krasu? I'm not sure what that is. And so, yeah, the short answer is no, I have not seen. So, y'all I want to keep an eye on this one. This looks like, I mean, any kind of IP game has a chance of being horribly awful. Hey,
right, so
Wizard. Okay, we don't need to play someone else's stream. Thank you very much. It's on Steam to wish list. You know what? I think does it have a release estimate? I'm gonna go on there and I'll throw it on my wish list just to keep tabs on it. Some things go off my wish list as soon as they release because I go, oh no, I don't want that. Tales of the Shire, the crafting survival game, or craft, not survival really. That's one that was on my wish list, and I'm not sure if I took it off or not. But once it came out, I was like, oh, I don't know if that looks like something I want to play. All right, let's go back to the store. Jurassic Park Survival. It's a good age to be a gamer. I felt like that for a long time, though. I've been a gamer for, oh my god, over 40 years. Starting in 1979 with the Intellivision. Put on a wish list. There we go. Oh, it doesn't even have a release date. It's to be announced. Yeah, I'm guessing if they don't even have a estimated release date, it's not coming out by this October anyways. Oh, you said before next October is when you're hoping it'll come out. It's possible. I always feel like from the first time you hear of a game to it coming out is usually like 2 or 3 years. But not always. Sometimes like a game will get announced and it'll be coming up like 6 months later it releases. A Krasu is kind of creepy. They can separate their head from their body. Several of the organs are still attached. Now I need to look that up. Now I need to look that up too, just to see. I never heard. What's it from? Is it from like some franchise, or some sort of a lore? Southeast Asian folklore, most prominent in Thai, Cambodian, and Laotian mythology. Manifests as a disembodied floating head with its internal organs dangling from its neck. Ew. It is a nocturnal creature that stalks pregnant mothers to feed on their blood or the placenta, and is known to be vulnerable to fire and spikes. They've been featured in films, video games, and other media, where its gruesome appearance and predatory nature can continue to frighten audiences. Alright, well now I've heard of what that is. Yeah, that's disturbing. Oh, Fiend Folio did have a monster like that? Yeah, I think I still have War of the World wishlisted too. And that's been on my wishlist for like 5 years. Has anything happened? I don't think I've heard anything about that. I just remember it's like hearing what it was supposed to be like, and I was interested in it. You know what? I think I finally took it off my wish list. I think I gave up on it, but it would have been like in the last couple months I took it off. Right now, the only unreleased games I have on my wish list are now Jurassic Park Survival, and there's another game called We Harvest Shadows, which I thought looked pretty cool, but I haven't heard anything about that in a while either. There is an update they did in June of this year called Why It's Taking a While. Let me see. I'll show you guys the trailer for that one. The only other game on my wish list that hasn't released yet. I can't even remember what type of game it is now. I think it's crafting survival, sort of. First-person farming horror allegory.
How long has it been? 5 days? 6? I need to get up. But no matter how much I sleep, I still feel tired. Maybe it's because the nights here feel unsettling. I'm just so tired of feeling tired. The only thing that brings me a bit of comfort is that I'll never talk to another human being ever again.
Yeah, introvert's paradise.
I've decided that this abandoned farm will be the place where I die. But that day's a way off. At least I hope so. But until then, that leaves me with an ever-pressing question I can't seem to figure out. How do I fill the time? There's always a lot to do on a farm, and it's good to keep busy.
It's like a horror farming simulator.
It gets your mind off things, like the things you've lost. We'll see what winter brings after the harvest.
So, yeah, that's We Harvest Shadows. I think I've had on my wish list for like a year, maybe 2. But I know the concept of it seemed interesting enough that I was like, okay. You watched someone play Outlast yesterday, he screamed like a girl like I did. Outlast is no joke. I mean, I still jump and stuff. It's not, I know a lot of what's coming now because I've played the whole game like probably 4 or 5 times. But a lot of it is sort of like spontaneous. Like it's not all scripted. Some of it is. It's really well done. And that's a game that I didn't finish when I first got it because it was too intense. It's only after I watched another Scaredy Pants streamer I was a YouTuber do a Let's Play of it, and I saw how scared he was, and then I was able to go back after laughing at him being scared. I was able to go back and play it, and I enjoyed it. And hello, Overlord McGeek. It's a hell of a lot more polished than the jank from last time you saw it. Which one are you talking about? No Man's Sky? Or are you talking about the We Harvest Shadows? No, there's nothing going on with that. It's a concentrated version of Vintage Story, or just the farm, and with more focus on horror. Yeah, there's a lot of like crafting survival games that are kind of like farm sims. That, well, they're more like sandboxy. So this one is interesting because there's like Rust, and then there's a whole bunch where you just start with nothing and you pick up rocks and start making little axe heads and chopping down trees and build everything from scratch. This is the first one where I've seen where it's like, yeah, here's your farm, and there's something terrible happening, and good luck. We Harvest Shadows. Oh, well, that's you saw it was barely a demo with Alpha Beta Gamer? Oh, maybe that's where I saw it, with like on a demo at one point. I can't remember where I first saw it. Yeah, your tax refund finally. You've been sending your check in your old house. Wait. Oh, they sent it to your old house and you had no idea. Oh my gosh. Probably finally updated the address and file and have a good chunk of money. That's good. Yeah, I've already set up mail forwarding, but that only lasts I think it lasts a year. Mail forwarding. We've set up all the stuff for our new house. All the utilities. Actually, most of them are starting tomorrow. They're going to be like officially in our name. Even though we're not going to be there until next week. We're moving Thursday. We got the internet guy coming Friday. We have all our appliances being delivered Friday next week. We bought a couch this past weekend. Biggest, ridiculous, it's almost a stupid couch. It's almost too big for the place. It's huge. And I'm a little worried. I've been a little anxious that it's going to be too big for our living room. Our living room is it's like spacious, but it's not big. It's just got a nice open feel to it. But it's definitely not big. But that's not being delivered until let's see, I think October 5th, first week of it's like the first Friday of October, because it's a long distance. It's a place we here like around Portland is where we bought it from. But it was good enough a deal that it was worth paying to have them ship it. That could be another probably $300 to ship it, but it's kind of a pricey couch, not gonna lie. All right, maybe I should get into some No Man's Sky though. What do you think, guys? I've been talking for 48 minutes.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Actually, let me see if I can find a photo of it. Oh, hold on a sec. Let's see. Can I just paste it in here? No. No. None of the pictures are big enough. And they're all in weird formats too. But that's exactly what that's going to look like though. Images. They're really making it rough for me to get a picture of my sofa. All right, here it is. But yeah, it's is that it? I think that's roughly the color it's going to be too. It's got three so, well, I'm glad it's not your couch then, Brad. Because we liked it and we spent a lot of money on it. I'm telling you, it was like, and we went into the place, we're like, no leather. And we decided we didn't want to get any couches that had built-in reclining functions because we thought they were less comfortable to lay across. And especially Amanda, like I was more into the reclining functions. And yeah, so then that was the biggest, I think that was the biggest couch in the entire store. Possibly the most expensive one too. And for some reason, like Amanda got more excited about it than I was. 3 of the sections are reclining. You can sort of configure them however you want. Do we get wood paneling to go with it? No. The farts will sound amazing on there. Squeaky. Yeah. You got a 5 gigahertz modem. Now none of your peripherals work. No printer. Light switches. Smoker? You had a smoker that's on your Wi-Fi network? All right. No Man's Sky, what's my plan for today? My plan is no plan. That's how I roll. No plan. Probably waste a lot of time, including my own. Plans cause pressure. Here we go. A barbecue smoker that you monitor temps on Wi-Fi. That's pretty wild. Now I'm sure I'll figure out some plans to once I get in game. And hello, Alali. No time with EV23 is wasted. Maybe you didn't hear, but she's thinking of changing her channel name to Control V23. Which I think would be really good. I'm just kidding. I should leave that alone. I just don't think that was funny. Because you know Evie's always the first one in the chat, and everyone's always like, for years, how do you do it? How are you always the first one to leave a comment? And then last week, her first comment was V. And I'm like, oh, you botched a Control V, didn't you? That's how you get that comment in. Oh, wow, that looks really loud. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna... Is there a volume? General? Is there a master volume? No, apparently not. Alright, I'm just gonna turn desktop audio down. Is that game... Is it super loud? Okay, it is super loud. Okay. That did not seem to bring the volume down at all. What kind of game doesn't have a master volume? That still looks loud as shit. Is this even doing anything? I think it is bringing the volume down. All right. You saw me turn it down. I've noticed it's loud when I'm playing, when I'm watching videos and stuff too. All right. So this is my house. It's not very impressive, but it's a start. I got my my teleporter. Even your storage units need power, so I've got a little biofuel reactor, some batteries, and then I actually have I have some solar panels up here. So this is my big old fancy base. Are you already impressed, Maxie? So I don't think you can make couches. And there's my starter ship, the one you get for free. Unless couches are like as... Oh, hold on. I think I need to switch my my control. I need to switch my control scheme. I still have my Vintage Story loadout on my gamepad that I'm playing with. Because I was playing Vintage Story earlier. That's the last game I was playing. But since I was playing both, I thought I'd give you all an opportunity to vote if you wanted to see a little bit something different in the stream for a change. Which, you know, apparently everyone except for Brad was ready to see some see me play some other stuff. Where is No Man's Sky? I have so many profiles in this thing. There it is. All right, let's get back to it. I played something you were interested in for a full month. I could go back to it next week for all I know. I'm surprised. I did not expect to be so into Vintage Story. I wouldn't go so far as to say addicted, because I don't play it like every night for hours and hours, although I have played it quite a bit. Let me see. I do have... Oh. There are quests. Right now, there's a couple, like, main story quests. One of them is to help this guy, but I think all I need to do right now is visit the life form and locate... Oh, I actually do have, like, a next story quest objective. Alright. Well, I took some side quests to, that's off-planet. And 2 of them were just to kill critters. So that's what I'm doing right now. I feel like a little bit of an asshole right now. Wow, that guy really took it. It was hard to get down. You guys, the little guys count? Let's see, this is, Cold Creatures, 6 of 11. Hello, Food Brother Fina Contreras! It's a bitchin'. Yeah, you can customize your spacesuit. Have you ever played this, Maxie? Oh, you haven't? Okay. This strikes me as the kind of game that you might like. The thing is like, nothing about the game is particularly deep. There's a lot of systems, though. There's just a lot going on. Remembers faces? Oh, I feel like I shouldn't shoot the thing that remembers faces. I don't know why. Maybe its ancestors will hate me. You witnessed me just randomly murder some other little creature and it ran away. It's funny, after playing Vintage Story for so long, it's like, oh, great, mining is so much easier. Look, there it is. I got it. I got it. Look at all the resources I'm getting. I should look for some copper. Pyrite. Oh, have I already mined everything around here? I can't remember if your mining nodes regenerate after a while. This is what compared to VS? Epic? Oh, easy peasy. Never mind. I thought you were typoing, but you weren't. I just didn't understand what you meant. No Man's Sky. Yeah, no, No Man's Sky is pretty breathtaking. I'm not gonna lie. This also works really well in VR. Oh, did I take care of both of these? Alright, I think one of them was to kill slightly more creatures. Nope, I don't want to shoot the ones that remember faces. Okay, there's a couple things over here. Joey's the hunt. Oh, it's an asshole. I'm surrounded by assholes. Another one of those. Rational digging for tubers. Elder. Oh, man. I feel a little guilty about this, but hey, buddy. And your little friend, too. This is really the first time I've killed any animals picking up those missions. Okay. So I can teleport straight back to the space station, but I think I'm going to give you the No Man's Sky experience. Once you've been to a place that has a teleporter, you can always teleport back to it from your base teleporter and so forth. So it's like, I can actually go back into my house right now. Oh, one thing that's cool too is if you're out running around, this game is so developed around like ease, like convenience features. I don't have to do this, but I'm just going to do it for convenience sake. I can summon my ship wherever I am, and it'll auto come to me. It does take some special, like, it expends some of its special resources. So let's see, there's this launch thruster, which it uses a quarter of that every time it takes off, so. You can spend hours in base building. Yeah, base building has become a lot more robust, too. Base game is mostly exploration, not survival. You can play in permadeath mode. I would not play in permadeath. That's just me, though. But yeah, so you can see that that launch thruster's down to 25%. But it doesn't have the most advanced flight model of any game I've ever played. But it still feels fairly satisfying to play. We'll scan. I think the flight model has gotten... Armada, you didn't play this game like 10 years ago when it came out. The flight model was really like there was a lot that they did to improve this game, but the way flight worked felt really kind of crappy. Now the thing is about the worlds like this, where I mentioned like comparing it to Starfield's procedural generation, is, you know, once you've walked a mile or so in any direction, I'm pretty sure you've seen basically everything that's on that planet. It's all just a bunch of trees, the same plants, the same animals, more sea, oceans and stuff like that, little lakes, and it's all beautiful, but there's not a ton of reason to just keep exploring everything. What was that? Although now that I think about it, did I have a let me make sure I'm not pointed at the ground first. Navigation data. Oh, no, I don't have it. They've been working on mobile pieces so planets aren't quite as samey within a single planet, or just because I know they've added to the variety of the kinds of planets you can run into. But what I haven't seen yet, it may be in the game, I just haven't seen it yet, because there's a shit ton of content in this game. As I haven't seen being on a particular planet and like flying, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I was in a forest, now I've flown into a desert or a cold biome or something like that. It's like, hey, if it's a desert, it's a desert planet. If it's a frozen world, it's the whole world's frozen. It's, you know, everything that it is just the whole thing. Can you grow flax? I think there is some degree of like growing plants and stuff, but I don't think you can grow flax. All right, so then when you decide it's time to go up into space, you just point up. Getting into space, after having played Kerbal Space Program, it's pretty easy in this game. You just fly up for about 10 seconds. And now I'm in space. And where I need to go is over there. So I'm just gonna hit my pulse engines. And for some reason, that part of the solar system has an orange tint to it. Maybe it's really hot over there. I don't know what it is, but little space station. And it auto lands. Once you get close enough, it just kind of takes over for you. But that's one kind of cool thing about this game is, if you notice, all of that was seamless. Like, I got in my ship, I took off, I went into space, I flew to the space station, I landed on it. There was not any loading screens or anything else like that happening, which is kind of cool. Alright, this is where I've got these little quests to turn in for this guy. Surprise you too, recently found a system that changes the tint depending on where you fly. Yeah, and that's where my little home is. Alright, this was mission complete. And in mission. This basically gives you like faction. There are different factions, and some of my standing is going up. I don't think I'm going to take up more missions right now. Mission in progress. Collect 250 pyrite. I had one other one. I think it's for the Merchants Guild. Did I get... Oh, I should have mined pyrite while I was on my planet. Upgrade the exosuit to a drop pod. Okay, so that was the thing they gave. I think that was my reward. Was I got an upgrade. This is going to show me where I can find a drop pod on a planet that has... it's going to allow me to upgrade the inventory of my suit. So, and I can see it should be on the map now on one of the planets. I'll go do that right now just to do it. Oh yeah, just so you can see, like, here's a teleporter here. I can just go to my home base. It's free. And my ship will also just be there when I arrive. So it's not exactly hardcore realism here. There's a lot going on, but there's also a lot... So yeah, there's my ship. It's right there. But if I take off from the space station, it doesn't use launch fuel. So I'm just gonna go back. Collect 100 Huel. Yes. Yeah. I've been having more Huel lately too. Are there storms? Yeah, there are on the planets. There are like extreme storms and other like extreme events that happen where you sort of got to find shelter, or you've got like environmental protection depending on the type of planet. I'll show you a little more about that. It's not that hard to survive. But let's see, can I find... there's the drop pod. So on each planet's got different discoveries. This is the system I'm in right now. There's not like a solar system map. And these are all planets that I've surveyed, landed on, and so they have information about them. What they have there. So like this one is the type of planet is claimed by decay. Does it give more you can, yeah, so you get more information. So this one has radioactive dust storms. Sentinels low. Sentinels are like, they're sort of like automated, I don't know if you'd call them law enforcement, but they basically, if you're like killing a bunch of creatures or wrecking the place up, these drones show up and will attack you. They'll watch you, they'll keep an eye on you, and then if they see you keep doing stuff, they'll attack you. But yeah, and then each planet's got its different like resources that you can mine. And I guess like they have different moons, so there's sort of a lot to look at. And the one I'm going to Tukimf, and I think these are planets. There's so many planets that chances are when you start, especially, no one's ever seen the planets before, so you're literally discovering them. You can rename them if you want to, and it's possible for other people to find those and see them later, but until you start getting towards the galactic core, it's very unlikely you're going to cross paths with other people. Oh, and this is the galaxy map. And it's literally, like, each one of these is actually a star system. And I go any direction, and there's more and more and more. So it's literally billions? I don't know how many stars are in just this galaxy. And then there's like 1,000 other galaxies that you can eventually go and see. So it's literally like every one of these dots is got just as much stuff in it as the one I was just on. That was one of the big controversies when they launched the game, is they were like, people kept asking, is it multiplayer? And they're like, well, it's possible to meet other people, but the universe is so big, the chances are it's very unlikely you'll ever meet anybody. And the fact is they had not implemented it because they literally thought no one would ever find someone else. But the first thing that happened is 2 people tried to meet at a coordinated location on the galactic core. And they ended up literally finding the same place, and they couldn't see each other. And it was a huge fucking scandal. Okay, so I'm getting a warning here, low atmosphere detected, which is not bad. That's actually just going to mean probably that it's going to deplete my oxygen a little bit, but not my other environmental protections. So this is, when you see these are little things you can hit to officially chart the sector you're in, which doesn't mean a whole lot, but you get points. Everything you discover, you get points. And little rewards and stuff. You build a base on each planet or harvest what you need in bounds. You're very come and go with the planets. Now, if you find a planet where you're like, because all the planets are, you know, there's a lot of differences between them, and so you might see a planet and go, oh my god, this is beautiful, I want to build a base here. You plop down and build a base. Wait, where was the thing I came here for? Oh, it was right here. My ship practically landed on it. Alright, this is going to require me to build some stuff. Sodium nitrate. Carbon nanotubes, antimatter housing. And you can build stuff on the fly. So it needs antimatter housing, carbon nanotubes, and what was the other thing that it needed? Sodium nitrate. And I have you need a refinery to make sodium nitrate, but I have one built into my suit. So I think if I just put some sodium. Hopefully that's more than I'll need. Wait, was that the sodium nitrate? Yeah. So I just refined the sodium that I had into sodium nitrate. I should have enough now. There we go. And now it will allow me to unlock another inventory slot. Alright, this thing really practically landed on there. Let me see if there's anything fun here. Gold deposit, that's pretty close. Copper deposit. Copper deposit. Here, I'll show you mining real quick too. Copper deposit. Alright, I'm gonna go to the gold deposit because the gold can be good to literally just get a bunch and go to a station and sell it. You have a little scan thing, so if you need certain things like the sodium I mentioned before. I don't see any sodium here, but you can see like up there is carbon crystals. If anything you need, usually it's not too far away. No one here is unaware of it. Oh, really? Oh, I'm showing Maxi. Wait, where was it? There it is. Let me tag it. And all these rocks, almost all of them, have little resources you can get off of them. So there's just literally stuff everywhere. Oh, here's a gold deposit. So this little tool you've got has different devices. There's the bolt caster, which is like a weapon. The mining beam, which you use to collect resources. And then there's a train manipulator, which you can use to dig tunnels. And also for mining. So that is the ore goes all the way down. So I think I'm just gonna start ripping a hole here. Yeah, this is a little bit another thing where when I was mining some copper the other night, and I was like, after playing Vintage Story for a month and a half or however long it's been, I was like, wow, this feels, it's like zipping forward from the Middle Ages to the future. And I don't have to fight off creatures underground. This is not a very big gold. This wasn't a very big gold deposit. It feels like cheating. Let's see, what else is nearby? Copper deposit, that's not too close. And that, I think, was it. Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, it holds all that gold. I mean, you know, most of these games with inventories, you end up carrying, if you think about it, you end up carrying a very unrealistic amount of stuff. And now my frame rate's getting a little bit iffy. Ah, okay, landed a little hard there. And do I need to recharge my, no, I've still got one more launch in there. So in each, you know, each planet is rotating in real time in the solar system. It has a day and night cycle, and it's literally based on where the sun is in that solar system, and the rotation of the planet. There's a lot of cool stuff that, you know, they've done that's neat. On the flip side, it's not very realistic that you fly into space and you can literally see all the planets like right here like this. So it's not going for like total realism. All right, I think that was my last launch thruster, so I'm just going to recharge that.
Technology recharge.
Recharge some of this stuff.
Technology recharge.
What is this thing? Bolted joint. Oh, I think that's probably, I have a quest to start constructing stuff. I don't know if I'm going to do that tonight. Go find 3-Eye Atlas. That's like a main story quest that I'm not sure. I accidentally accepted it. I didn't necessarily mean to, the Atlas path. I think I'm going to... Oh, wait, what was base computer? Alright, I need to remember to do that next time I'm back there. Shipbuilding item for the new update, yeah. And I have a quest for Corvette assembly. Rate your own colossal Corvette class starship. Corvettes are a completely bespoke class of starship. Assemble piece by piece. And to be honest, you guys, I do not want to deal with learning how to do that while I'm on stream. That's one reason I'm not doing it. Is I don't want to learn something new while I'm streaming right now, because that's more, it's like learning on the spot is what I do for a living, and I don't feel like doing it tonight. All right, visit the live form. I want to do this one. Oh, it's this. All right, so it's right there. Stop asking G-Law to think. Yeah, I swear. I feel so just warm. I felt like this for a while, but since I got the new position that I started like last December, I feel like I'm taking the bar exam every day of my fucking life. That's how I feel. Sometimes that's how I feel. Oh, it's a little, just a little, alright. It's not quite taking the bar exam every day of my life, but that's how my brain feels sometimes. What can I pronounce? All of it. I was gonna say, why is everything sideways? I think it was just loading. Cassiterite. To approach a life form, they spit into their own palm and bow to me. They issue only a single noise. Grah! It's unclear if Artemis's translator is working. Why is that scrolling? As they shake, their teeth are now bared to me. I spit and bow, emulating the life form's strange motion. As they scream, would draw a dagger from a holster at their side and slice open their own palm. They laugh at me, offering the dagger. Suggest they should calm down? That doesn't seem appropriate. I'm going to do what they do. I'm going to cut my own hand. Blood brothers. Grimacing, I run the dagger along my own palm. A little blood emerging through my exosuit. The hole quickly seals itself. The life form appears to find my behavior hilarious. The interloper actually did it. Thinks it is Viking. Thinks it is warrior. What do you want, pathetic interloper? Give the life form Artemis's star chart. I'm looking for this explorer that went missing. I asked the life form to decode the star chart and provide a route to Artemis' location. What is this nonsense? This location does not exist, or the Viking would know. Ask if they could have made a mistake? No. I don't think he'd take kindly to that. Thank you. Do not thank. Leave. Alright. It was great talking to you, buddy. Here, there's a little merchant terminal here. I'm going to sell that gold that I got. Oh, that steak is pretty good. I'm going to sell that too. I guess I'll save that. That. To sell that. Probably I'm going to wish I saved some of this stuff till later, but until I have a use for it, or I know I'm going to have a use for it, I'm not hoarding stuff. Like, I probably cooked these meaty chunks into some delicious treat. But, like, why? Hey, look, it's Mike EL, the gamer. Only lawyer has done it for real. It's Phoenix Wright. You have to represent a ghost in a court of law. Oh, my God. Feline liver. Wow, G-Law. That's taking Chauncey's whims too far. Let's see. I don't think I need salt. Just to get rid of that stuff. Do I have anything in my ship I want to get rid of? You can switch between your inventory and the ship's inventory. I'm going to hold on to... Oh, there's more gold there. Here, take the gold. What was this suspicious packet? Suspicious-looking parcel acquired via an unusual transaction. The seller indicated it contained some sort of high-value or interesting item. Select the inventory and E to examine its contents. Okay, well, I'm going to take a look at that later. You get a lot later. I figured you get a lot of just about everything later. Demand seems low. Keep that. Okay, did. But it says I can, why did I keep that? Where was it? Casing. Do a little, that was in my ship inventory, right?
Toxic protection falling.
Okay, so now, just easy, it said toxic protection falling. Oh, you can stack up to 50 of them. But if I hit E, it opens it to investigate. Oh my gosh. Suspicious geology cannon module. I don't think I'm going to install it because my multi-tool is already full. I need to buy a better multi-tool before I can install more shit into it. Purple and yellow box-looking things. Not someone who busts ghosts. It didn't work out for Lewis Tully. He studied a lot at night school, and it didn't help in spite of the fact that his clients were arrested at night. That's a good point. It's quite insightful, Mike. So, now I've got 2 health bars. The bottom one is my oxygen level, like life support. And the top one is my toxic protection. You have different types of protection that begin to kick in depending on the planet you're on. And right now I'm basically in a poison storm. And it's wearing away my toxic protection. Basically all I have to do is get into shelter and my protection restores itself. So I come in here. This is toxic protection stabilizing. The thing refills. I'm back up to normal. It is the beginning multi-tool. Yeah, it's the one you get free, just like I'm in the beginning ship and the beginning everything else. Your protection also resets if you go inside your ship. It's considered shelter. Yeah, it's the same bitch suit. I can think of no other explanation. I can return to space and contact Artemis. Okay. There you are. I found high ground, I think. When you arrive, I'll fire my multi-tool into the air to mark my location. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Like, he doesn't know where he is, but he gave me a snapshot of, like, the stars in his location and that he sees in the sky, and he's like, oh, some of the locals around there should be able to, like, look at this and figure out where it is. That's why I was looking, like, hunting people down to look at it. And of course the locals are like, what the fuck, that's not around here. Tell them what happened. I tell Artemis the locals could not decipher the star chart. The alien even went so far as to claim those stars did not exist. That's impossible. I can't have traveled that far from charting space. You found my ship. This is the ship I'm in, was supposedly his ship. How did you get there, dude? As I speak, the line begins to crackle with interference. Artemis looks up at the stars in panic. The stars! They've altered since I made that chart. Blinked out. And... how is this possible? What's happening to me? I need to get out of here! I need to... It's quiet at first. But it is there, unmistakable. Growing steadily louder with each passing moment. A sound beneath their words. The sound as if glass could scream. What's happening, dude? They're coming for me. I can see them, smell them. I discovered the glyphs for a portal, traveler, a gateway between worlds. I thought it would lead me to another of our kind, but now I don't even know if the voice was real. The pathway collapsed while I was still inside. I found this place in the darkness. I thought perhaps it was a planet. I was so wrong. I can see their faces. There's seeds of glass within their... Ask for the glyphs, dude. They're gone. My data fragmented in the... I just wanted to discover worlds. I wanted to find other travelers. I didn't... 16. Warn your face. Please, not. I'm not. Signal cuts off. Is this as far as I've got? It's the farthest that I've gotten since one of my playthroughs that I played 8 years ago. This storyline has been in it. I don't think it was in it from the very beginning, but it's been in it since almost the very beginning. So I have vague recollections of getting a little farther because I remember trying to hunt down portals. But I don't think I got much farther. Millie's good. He's crashed out on my bed 3 feet away from me. We had a very vigorous game of Wolfmouth right before. That's also one of the reasons why I started my stream a little late. We were having a vigorous game of Wolfmouth. Oh, that was asking me, saying how it's easy to halt the story. Okay. As it crackles in oblivion, I hear a name through the static. Apollo. Register ID. Frequency for Apollo has been added to my Hollow Terminus contacts. Bring news of Artemis signal lost to Nada. So Nada, this is another. It's like an anomalous, interdimensional, weird space station that you can summon anytime you're in space for free. Oh, whoops! No, that's the wrong one. I can't remember how to summon it, but I'll figure it out in a second. Is it? There it is. Summon the space anomaly. And there it is. This is sort of a universal hub. It's where you actually will see other players and you can get group quests and all this other shit. So if you're if you're someone that likes group content, but you do other stuff there too. Like a lot of story quests happen here, but you will come across other players. You can group with them. You can join like expeditions, like group quests, all sorts of stuff, which not really my bag, so I've never explored it, but it's there. But Nada is one of, there's two guys that sort of run the station, and Nada's one of them. This is something that got added way, way later into the game. And, it's pretty cool. I gotta say, like, the stations in different places in this game are pretty cool, and this place is kind of breathtaking. When do you think No Man's Sky had one of the worst game launches ever, and now it's a full video game that's actually fun to play? Yeah, it's almost mind-blowing how much they've developed this game over the last 10 years. And they went from the big scandal of like them saying it technically was multiplayer when there wasn't, to like they fully implemented all this stuff. I think maybe they thought it'll take so long for anyone to find each other that we can work on implementing the multiplayer later. And I have a feeling there was a lot that they wanted to have in the game that just they weren't close to being ready to put in the game when they launched. But they were kind of like, they sort of oversold things before it launched. And then it launched and everyone was like, oh. The gameplay is something that got added way later. Yeah. What have you learned, Traveler? What generates Artemis entity's signal? Something about a portal? Tell Nada how we failed to understand Artemis's location. I explained their strange messages, Apollo and the portal glyphs. Nada pauses. Their lights blink as they process this information. I feel like this game could benefit from some actual voice acting. That would be nice, but maybe I feel it more when I'm on stream and I feel like I need to read everything out loud and I get tired of talking. Artemis slips between worlds into the data fall. Our home lives in these spaces, but these holes are stable, small. Nada is worried, Traveler. Cracks between the iterations should not widen. It will not help us. Artemis entity still does not remember Nada? No, he didn't know who you were. They think it's a different, like an alternate universe version of this guy. Because this guy, Nada, supposedly knew this Artemis guy. They met. Is it a trap? A puzzle? A tragedy? Apollo entity is unknown to Nada? More puzzling still. Yeah, voice would enhance, definitely. especially for like the story, actual like written story stuff. If traveler entity is curious, Nada has advice. But rampant crimson is the work of the Atlas falsity. Other Korvax say deity. Nada know better. Atlas false entity hunts Nada, but traveler may seek them out. Draw them away. Search for Artemis and Apollo. Let me see. Purchase technology blueprints. Okay. Undertake missions. Okay, this is sort of the general, like what to do in the game. Locate and activate a hollow terminus. Locate a hollow terminus by using F to scan your surroundings. Alright, I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do that. Let me see. You just see a playthrough where a YouTuber did a voiceover impression. It was so good. Yeah, there's some that are people that are good at that. Sometimes I have fun with reading and stuff like that, but most of the time that's the funny thing is, I'm an introvert. I get tired of talking, especially some days at work. I end up talking a lot. And then I stream and I'm like, I don't want to read. There's certain games I play where they don't have voice acting and it's just like walls of text. And I feel like I need to read all that stuff out loud if I'm going to be like showing other people a game where it's happening. But then I get really tired. Alright, so this is kind of cool. This is like the big teleporter, but you can actually use it to see other people's bases. So there's some community highlighted bases. So let's see. We'll go check this out. This is what other players have made. To be fair, they only set out to create a whole universe. It takes some time. It's been around a bazillion millennia. So far, the only intelligent species we know is a genus of primate that can reach some planet's moons, but still things about what we want to see. Oh, yeah. I think you're quoting from something, I'm guessing. Hitchhiker's Sky to the Galaxy? I feel like this is loading in. I guess maybe it just has floating rocks, legitimately. Alright, what is this? Oh, it's loading in. Okay, never mind. Oh my god. Okay. We'll just give it a minute to load in. Well, I hope somehow this magnificent base that this guy made isn't destroyed. I think this place is glitching out. Alright, and as long as you don't leave the place, you can teleport back, so I think I'm just gonna go back. Something is not right here. Oh. Let me return to Space Anomaly. Yeah, there was another player there, and in fact, running around that station I was just at, I'll do a quick run around again and I'll point out the other players. There are almost always other players. So those people landing right now are other actual players. When you're in regular space stations, like the other ones I've been in, you'll see other ships coming and going. Those are normally NPC ships. I'm almost always going to be NPC ships unless you somehow randomly happen to be like discovered naturally someplace where someone else is, which is really almost astronomically unlikely unless you're like coordinating to do it. But every place where there's a little white diamond, those are actual other people that are here. And looks like there's a few up here as well. If I come up here. Yeah, that guy standing there in front of the portal there was a real person. So yeah, in this particular place, really only in this place, unless you specifically make efforts to meet up with people elsewhere, you see real people. Now, if you play this with other people, and you have people like on your friends list and stuff, it's super easy to meet up with them. I think they can summon you to them. So it is, if you know other people who play, it is super easy to like meet up with them. I was playing with my friends from San Diego when the pandemic first started. They were trying it out for the first time because it's also on Game Pass. And we had found a little poison planet. We had like a little neighborhood we built up with our little houses. Yeah, we each built our little houses, and we were, you know... Let me see if I can look at another people's thingy. That's maybe not as messed up. Let's see, we'll go featured. Take a look at this one. Yeah, I don't know if that other one just had... Like, I don't have enough RAM to load it, or if it was glitching, or if it was just something got messed up about it. I do feel like I probably need to hang out for a second and let it spawn in. Butterfly house. Logged in as guest. Base operational. Base controls limited. Instruction permissions unavailable. Reported as inappropriate? No, I feel like I need to do that. Is that the base over there?
Ground protection falling.
Oh, I guess this is... Oh, that was just like the landing pad. Okay, I got it. Oh, shit! Alright. What the hell is that shit? Okay. I'm gonna lodge a complaint. I was made to go in the water when I didn't want to. When you first, let me see. When you first build your PC, you had only 16 gig of RAM, now you have 32. Just you found out 64? Yeah, no, I have 32 gigs, and I still, as far as I was aware, wasn't doing anything that actually used it. But there's also, my video card has itself 8 gigs of RAM, and that's what I'm actually worried might not be enough. Like, we might be getting to a point where the graphics card no longer has enough RAM. What is... Did they build this partially underwater on purpose? Summon Nomad Exocraft? Can I do that? Can I fly in his damn... Is it craft? Oh my shit, that's cool. I didn't know I could fly in other people's... Did I just cross the barrier into daytime? 12 and 16 gigs of GPU memory is the new standard. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I got this 6 years ago, and the fact that it's twice as much now as when I got my computer does not actually surprise me at all. But I just know 32 when I got it. Like, nothing used 32. Alright, that's where I fell in before. Alright, so it's still kind of cool. It looks like this is loaded in the rest of the way. This had not been loaded in when I first got here. Alright, can I just teleport back? Armando's watching me. Judging my newbie gear. I don't know if you get new gear that can visually, like, change the way you look. You can customize your... Maybe you can. I don't know. I don't know enough about... That's one thing I don't know enough about the game to know for sure. Is what kind of self-customizations you can acquire. I saw you for a bit. You were... Oh, you saw me in the game. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, one thing I don't do a ton of is, like, and especially kind of funny because I like to play by myself, but I also play a lot of MMOs, but I always play the MMOs by myself. And a couple of times I've had people show up in the MMOs that I'm playing, and I'm like, oh, hey. But then I'm like, I want to go be by myself now. All right, bye. It was funny because one of them was, it was another streamer. You guys remember when I was playing Final Fantasy XIV and Taya came in? And she's someone that I've been friends with for a long time. And so I was like, it was cool to see her. And she's like a Final Fantasy XIV. She has like maxed out every character class. She's like super into that game. Hold on a sec. Upgrade module acquired. Begin the installation. I don't want to install that because my thing is not good enough for it yet. Go bro hug or monitor the game. Hey, someone's running around. Alright. What I think I'm gonna do... Wait, what the hell am I doing? That's like half of my gaming on stream is just asking myself, what the hell am I doing? What am I doing right now? Locate a hollow terminus by using F to scan your surround. What the hell? Millie just tore out of here. Oh. My wife is lowering the... We have these squeaky blinds in the other room that trigger her really bad. Closing my base computer. I could go back to my main base because there's supposedly something on my computer. You're returning on anomaly. I mean, no, don't take this. Don't be offended, but I'm going to take off. I mean, yeah, it's cool to like cross paths and stuff, but like, you know, you don't know, but you know. You know. Alright. Well, I'm glad you're cool about it. Be offended. So it said something's at my base computer. No, I don't want to capture a new base screenshot. I just want to do the other thing in my thing. Okay, sure. I'll capture a new base screenshot. There you go. Are you happy now? I could have sworn it said I need to come back to my computer because there's shit there. For additional data, interact with the base computer to search the archives. Yeah. I want to search the archives. Please. There, that's good. If I sneak up on it from the side, there we go. Covert archive encrypted. This game, even if it is multiplayer, it's best experience in solitude. I think there's fun to be had here. There's definitely stuff that's designed for multiplayer that's probably a lot of fun, but I'm just not like... Same with Vintage Story. You can do multiplayer in that, but I'm like, I'm just not a person that really seeks that out. I like my quiet... I think it's part of being the introvert, too, that I am, is like, that's why I play MMOs. I like the big worlds. I like the design of the worlds and kind of the slow pace of an MMO game. But I don't usually want to group with people or chat with people or do any of that stuff. Because my gaming time is like my quiet time. My quiet downtime. What do you got there? All right, hold on. I think she's getting up to some nonsense. Alright, sorry about that. I didn't think I was going to be gone that long. But I went out to see... Why did I get up in the first place? I know Millie was... Oh, she was, she got in some nonsense. She had, like, some cookie wrappers. And I was like, I wanted to make sure... You know, she's not supposed to be getting into chocolate and stuff. And then I went out and ran into my wife. And we ended up chatting. As we sometimes do. Let's see. You love MMOs, but the grind you usually do by yourself. It's really relaxing. Yeah, it's like... And that's one reason why I think at this point, like, I haven't been into WoW for a long time, because it's too fast-paced. But, like, WoW Classic, it's, like, a little more grindy. I could potentially get back into that, but... Alright. Input recovery passkey to proceed. Honorable. I don't know. I just guessed. Red looked good. Recovered archive encrypted. Input recovery passkey to proceed. Oh, maybe that was wrong. Interlope, Korvac. Recovered archive encrypted. Recovery passkey to proceed. Interloper? Unlocked! Okay. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data received. Recovered 27%. New data available. Let's search the archive. Entry 4925X follows. I glanced back toward the wreck of my ship. Nothing more than a dot. Walking this plane for hours, yet the mountains seem no closer. I look up at the sky. I think this is Artemis, the guy I'm looking for, his archive. Additional data available. Construction logs, blueprints, reassembled and prepared for download. Okay, let's see what they got. Exosuit technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module, synthesized from data scraps. Readable archive retrieval complete. Beginning defragmentation of next segment. Alright, so... Multi-tool... So what was that? Scanner module? Install... This is an upgrade. But I need to... Again, I don't have any open slots on anything. So I'm just gonna put these in here. So they stop nagging me about them. Those in there too. And this feline liver. No, I'll keep that. Maybe I'll sell it someplace. I forgot to sell it when I was there before. Plant support gel. I guess I could use that. Crystal fragment. Okay. That. We'll put the gold in here. I don't need gold at the moment. I don't think I need... What was... Didn't I have silver too? Maybe that was on my... Yeah, there's the silver. All these Gek relics. I will hold on to the antimatter. I'll hold on to that in case I decide to pursue that, but I don't feel like pursuing it right now. But the bots don't use Control V though, so that's how you can tell. Oh, I should replenish my life support. I could do the train manipulator too.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, life support.
Technology recharge.
I should find some more stuff with oxygen in it. Oh, hello, Moo. I see you. Hey, baby, did you get enough treats from Mama? Yeah, you need a little.
Protection falling.
You need some butt scratches. Yeah. I got your butt. That's how me and my dog hang out. Sometimes she comes up and I get her butt. Hey, Kink. No, I have not made an awesome ship yet. Now, Kink is an example of somebody that does all sorts of crazy crafting on stream when he does it. I'm someone that's like I got the quest to start doing the new ship type, and I was literally like, I don't want to deal with learning how to build this stuff while I'm on a live stream right now. And that was the end of it. And hello, Kink. What are you doing, Moo? Do you need me to give you some pets? Yeah? You want a pet? Yeah? I need you. Are you a good girl? Yeah. Are you a good girl? Oh, I love so much. I think she's restless. She probably wants me to go out and play, but it's too late. It's too late. Yeah. The test? It's called the Turing test, yeah. That's how you can tell if Evie is real or not. Is she artificial intelligence, or is she just a human that uses Control-V sometimes? But you change your name, I could say, Control-V23! Best Control-V on the internet! No, still no, huh? Alright. Yeah. Just thought I'd try it out. See if you liked it or not. You will not be swayed. Okay, automated recovery and process. Data recovered. I got more data? New data available. Search archives. Came up from, surrounded, back above ground, but... See, this is a section that would benefit from voice acting, right? I feel like it would. Sure, they're following me. Should never have touched the eggs, so I know about the eggs. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled. Prepared for download. Alright, what'd you give me? Exosuit technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module synthesized from data scraps. Readable archive complete. Beginning defragmentation of next segment. Okay. So what did they give me this time? Man, they give me more stuff? Suspicious geology cannon. I'll have to do the analyze on this. Analyze on this. A black market installation. I thought I put this stuff in my storage. Oh, no, I got two of those things? Maybe since I didn't use it, they keep telling me to go get more. Alright, so I think very clearly they want me to install this. So I'm gonna keep it out. But I think what I'm gonna do. What is it for? Is it for my oops. It's for a multi-tool. Maybe I'll look into buying a new multi-tool. I think the best test when AI is self-aware is when it'll be able to build on its experience. Now we can see it can't do that. It's a train on. Yeah. I mean, they have like the certain AI like replica and stuff like that that says it's able to do that, but it's really not. It's just like they just have some other programming going along on the side that's supposed to be like having it acquire memories and things like that, but it's like the AI itself is not doing any of that shit. Am I playing with a controller? No, but you can play with a controller. It works very well with a controller. I prefer keyboard and mouse. The only time I've sort of like played it with a controller-ish is when I was playing it in VR, because the VR is essentially like, you know, playing on a controller. Look in the game on Steam now, but you're not going to tell me if I buy it? Let me see. I'm going to look real quick and see if I can find it on sale, too, on my special website. Because this game has been on pretty deep sale a number of times. Cheap Shark. Sky. Oh, it's on sale on Steam right now. Okay. And that's the cheapest, I think, that it is right now. The cheapest that it ever was $15.49 on December 26, 2019. All right. Well, that's a good price for it. Yeah, you can play it seated in VR. Uh-huh. Yeah, I played it quite a bit in VR. The only problem I had was, you know, you have to downgrade the graphics quite a bit. In order to, you know, get it to run okay in VR. And so it ends up looking a lot worse than this, but it was still like kind of an amazing enough experience that I played, I'd say many hours, probably between 10 and 20 hours I played all told in VR. And it works. The devs have made it to be VR compatible. So you don't need to, it's one of the few games that you don't need to do anything to make it work well. At least on my Quest, it's like literally if you just launch it from inside the headset, it'll just work in VR, like automatically. That's why you needed 64 gig for VR? Okay, that I can see.
Now protection falling.
You have I have both. I still use my Quest 2 because at least the last time I was doing Beat Saber, Quest 3 was very hard to mod to get custom songs in for Beat Saber for Quest 3 because they had a different software environment or they had like things that made it really where I don't know if you. Anyways, I think there may have been a way to do it, but it was really sketchy. Whereas on the Quest 2, it's like a lot easier to mod. So I still use my Quest 2 for my 300 custom songs. And then I use my Quest 3 to access the actual songs that I've bought through music packs. Because the versions that you can mod are always outdated. So you can't get the latest music on a modded version because the modded versions have to be like held back to earlier iterations of the software environment. So I have basically Quest 2 is my modded version, and Quest 3 is my non-modded version that I can keep up to date in the current game version. Can ally a billion times that human generally has 2 arms, so we need the AI to be like, well, they is human, so should only do 2 arms unless specified. Well, the fact is, the AI will always tell you that humans have 2 arms for the most part, because it's drawing from data samples that say that humans have 2 arms. So it's good in that sense, but it doesn't inherently know that humans have 2 arms. But if you're asking how many arms does a human have, it's going to be like, well, 99% of sources say 2 arms, so it's going to spit that back out. Because that's what it thinks it's expecting you're going to want it to say. A.Quest 3 doesn't have a DisplayPort connection. The Quest 2 have one? Anyway. I don't recall Quest 2 having one either. But it's been a minute since I've looked at my Quest 2. But you're saying self-aware AI will pull from his experience, not from a memory bank. Oh yeah, no, there's no self-aware. And I think they tried to... They tried to prepare us, or some people have at least tried to prepare us for the fact that, like, AI is not anywhere near becoming self-aware. Like, they haven't developed a baseline technology that's even capable of approaching that. All they can do is give it larger and larger language models to draw from, and it can do really smart things with drawing from those language models, but it's essentially like a super advanced Google search, right? It does some things that are very useful, but you can't trust it half the time. It's sort of like going on Wikipedia. You got to watch everything that's doing, because it doesn't know if it's telling you nonsense. It's just telling you what it thinks based on what's out there is the best, whatever's the most likely thing that's going to be correct. Like a correct answer to what you're asking. But it has no idea whether what it's saying it's nonsense or not. It's not thinking about it. A true AI would know if it was telling you nonsense. Yeah, I could stop for a second and be like, oh, what I just said just like is a complete non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense. All right, I was gonna go back to the base, the station. Yes, and I was going to see if I could find another multi-tool. It's very weird. People overestimate AI and also underestimate it at the same time. Well, that's the thing, is there are a lot of things that it can do very well, to the point where it very well could wipe out a lot, like cause a lot of unemployment. It could wipe out whole sectors of like things. All right, what are we doing? Hey, Moo, up. Good girl. She knows once she starts barking at neighbor sounds. Because she barks anytime she hears anything to suggest that other people exist in our apartment complex where like 2,000 people live. Or she becomes at all aware that there are sounds indicating other people live in this apartment complex, she will bark at them. But she does know that if I say, up, good girl, she runs in, jumps up in my bed, she'll get little pieces of freeze-dried liver. There you go, good girl. Yeah, good girl. Here's another one. Good girl. Yeah. Good girl. Yes. Good girl. Yeah. Okay, all done. She does all done too. A lot of times she just goes right back and starts barking again. Hey, but at the very least, the fact that you can stop barking enough to know that I'm offering you treats, that's progress, huh? Yeah. General AI is far away, but the things that it can do right now is amazing. Obviously, no one else is supposed to live there. Oh, I think I'm missing. Oh. Thanks to Terminator, it scares the hell out of people. I don't know. I think there are reasons to be scared of it. If there were general AI. She wants to rip anyone. Oh yeah, that no one else is supposed to live there. Yeah, merely her thing. She wants to rip anyone's face off that gets too close to her to her humans. And just in general, yeah, she's very like protective of her territory and her people. I think if somehow she just were able to introduce people, like meet people on neutral ground without us around, she'd be fine with them. Like when we take her to her doggy daycare pet hotel place. She loves it there, and she is like totally fine with those people. And it could help that we started taking her there before she became super reactive. She was already a little bit, and so she knows those people. I'm hoping when we move, when we find a place, she won't give them crap, and it's not just because this place, she's familiar with this daycare we take her to. And when they let her play with the other dogs for days, and she loves it, she gets along with them great. But every dog that like we try to introduce her to in person, like back when I was still walking her, she would like freak out at them. She was always nervous. For a little while, she started getting along with dogs sometimes, but then she just got worse and worse to where it's like it got to a point where she was just like, nope, nobody gets any exceptions. She's gonna, even dogs that she'd like known before, she would be like, just start acting like hostile towards them. Did I play the Stick of Truth? Yes, I did. I played through Stick of Truth before I was a streamer, and then there was, I think, one time in 2016, I live streamed it. For, obviously I didn't play the whole game, but yeah, I did. Before I was a streamer, I played the Stick of Truth all the way through. I never played the second one, the Ass Blaster of History, whatever. I forget what the sequel is called. I have the sequel as well, but I've never played it. I did stream it one time, yeah. You wanted the game? Oh, wow, you remember that. That was a long time ago. You bought a Switch Lite and you saw the game on sale. If you like South Park, it is literally, I mean, obviously it's like South Park from however it was 12 years ago, whenever it came out, because it changes over time. But it's literally like playing a turn-based JRPG in a South Park episode. I mean, that was the concept they were going for, and it was 100% what they delivered. It literally feels like you're in the cartoon, and it's been turned into like a JRPG. You can vouch for it, yeah. You own it on Switch. All right, that makes sense. I mean, I'm sure that would work great on a controller. It's turn-based, and yeah, it would be a great game to play on a controller. Oh, Fitbit says it's time for me to go to bed. All right, what was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna look for a thingy, a multi-tool. Oh, I think these are the same ones that were here last time. Let's see, compare. Okay, this costs a lot more money than I have. $5. You paid $5 for the Switch? Oh my god. Or does it need to be repaired, basically? They sold it as broken because the battery was swelling. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Illegal mining beam upgrade. See, the problem is if I sell this, I'm gonna lose all these upgrades. Can I take these off? This is stuff that I haven't really dealt with. So, going to the multi-tool. Can I take this off? Move technology. Store, convert it to deployable package for storage. Okay, yeah, let's do some of that stuff. You can uninstall most tech. Okay. I'm just gonna uninstall everything. I'm pretty sure all the other stuff is actually on the new one. Oh no, not the $3 million one. Compare. Okay. It's got all three of these things, plus, yeah, it's got the boltcaster. Suspicious black market modification. If it's illegal, can you get in trouble for having it installed? Anyways, does it have that many more slots? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 or so? 15. Yeah, it does say 15. Mine has 8. So yes, it has almost twice as many. You have to take it apart to replace the battery. It is an easy fix for you, but most people would have sent it back to Nintendo for repair. Okay, 8 versus 15, yes. So the new one is better. You already got the boltcaster, personal force field, and scanner module upgrade. Here we go. And let's recharge some of this stuff. Wow, I'm really going through the silicate powder. Okay. Oh no, that was just how much I needed, not how much I had. What's more entertaining? Stick of Truth or Fractured? That was the one I couldn't remember the name of. Like I said, I own the Fractured Butthole, which is the sequel, but I've never even launched it. They're both supposed to be pretty good. The first one got higher, I think it got higher ratings. Because the second one was just very samey. But I think the second one was supposed to be pretty good too. I mean, like, it was still good content. Scanner. The scanner put it next to the other one of the same? What? So, like, if I put it... Oh, move technology. Like, oh! That I did not know. Does that any of the other stuff do that? Oh, the upgrades maybe. No, apparently not. If you do it right, they get a color highlight. All right, Moo, I hear you. Everything does that with related modules. Well, these seem to be related modules, mining beam, and I'm not seeing it doing anything special there. So maybe I'm not understanding. Either this doesn't do the same thing as this does, or I'm not understanding some nuance of how to make it do the thing. Just put all four close to each other. Is that why these are glowing? Is that it? Oh, I guess that they are getting a green highlight. And I guess that is... I guess I was just looking for another yellow highlight. But, okay. I don't think any of these other things are related to each other. One is a scanner, one is a mining beam. Okay, so these are getting a bonus, kind of bonus off each other, and these are getting some kind of bonus off of each other. Alright. Look at me learning things when I vowed not to learn anything during this stream. Alright, well maybe now that I've installed that thing, my base computer will tell me something new. Recovered archive encrypted. Alright. Be passkey. Honorable. Nope. Didn't work. Nothing. Nope. Didn't like that either. Herc. Nope. The interloper? In. I don't really know how this minigame is supposed to work. Gra. Yeah, I figured it out somehow. Let's see, archive in progress. Data recovered, 42%. New data available. Search archives. Alright. The Sentinel drones patrols never seem to end. I claimed so much from the Earth. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints. Alright, let's do this. What do you give me now? Multi-tool technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Efficient thrusters plans restored. Alright. Starship launch system upgrade. Alright. So... where was that? Oh, bolt caster package? Oh, no, I don't need that anymore. Scanner module, already got that. Where was the thing that they just gave me? Didn't it say it just gave me an upgrade blueprint? Oh, I can, it's a blueprint. I think I have to add it manually. There it is. I need 2 wiring looms. I think I've got the, yeah, we'll do that. I have to install this stuff for it. I think I got one of those jellies. I can make it out of stuff I already have, but I think I've already got one here. Thought I already had one here. Apparently I don't. It's okay, I can make it. But I'm gonna have to use my refiner. There, the hydrogen. I'm not gonna make a ton. Here, about that. Oh, that's... Wow, it takes a while to make this shit. How many do I need? Just one. Okay. Well, then I can go back to the space station. Wait, do I have any of those, I do have one wiring loom. I'm gonna have to go buy a second one at the space station. A little pricey, 76,000, but I can afford it. Should I buy? Nah, I just. There we got that, and I probably have the. That jelly now too. At least one. I do have one. Thrusters installed. And if I put these next to each other. Forget the glow. I got a glowy thing. Okay. Pulse engine, hyperdrive, teleport. I just want to like today. Photon cannon. Do the weapons maybe get little bonuses? Probably not. Because they're not the same types of weapons. But yay! Now my launch costs are 20% less, so that makes me happy. I like that. Interact with base computer to learn more. Alright, this base computer, I'm telling you. It's it just keeps on giving. I actually bought some blueprints, and then later the base computer tried to give me the blueprints for free from this little, whatever little, like, is it a quest line? I don't know what you want to call it, but... Alright. Trade. Nope. How about I? Nope. If there's some sort of puzzle to this, I don't know what it is. 2. Hey! I just know, yeah, 1 in 3 chance each time, and so... odds are you do it a few times, you're gonna get it right once. New data available. Search archives. Having great success with advanced materials, able to far more efficient synthesis. I can create pathway to materials from all over the system. Additional data available. Construction log. Blueprints. Okay, let's see what they got. Base technology. I bet I spent a whole bunch of money getting storage containers. I'll bet... oh, shield lattice plans. No, I don't have that. Increases base capacity of hazard protection systems, allowing users to spend longer in hazardous environments without recharging their exosuit. I didn't know you could... your base could have upgrades. Base capacity of the hazard protection system. Gather refined sodium nitrate. Well, I've got sodium nitrate, don't I? Maybe I don't have enough of it. I have very little sodium nitrate. You can, yeah, basically, you can link them together in the sense that when you build these storage containers, they're numbered 1, 0, 1, 2, whatever. They each have the number. And if you build on your new bases, wherever they are, if you build them, you know, the corresponding number, then you'll have access. So every time I build a 0 container on any base, if I open it up, it's going to have this stuff in it. In that sense. But I don't know what it just told me about upgrading my base's hazard protection. I don't know what that means. As far as I know, I got my exosuit. Is it an exosuit upgrade? It said my base, though. So, I don't know what that means. It gets even better when you get your freighter, since it can connect your storage container. Oh, yeah, okay. Your base level hazard protection of your suit. Okay, never mind. I was taking the word base in the wrong context. Okay. I think you can expand the technology slots of your spacesuit by going to space stations. Let me see how much that is. It probably costs nanites. There's a few different types of currency in this game. There's the money currency, and then there's nanites, which is a special currency used for upgrades. It's a little harder to come by. I'm a moron! Yes. Yes, I am. And as I've discovered, since I've become a streamer, I once believed that I had a fairly competent command of the English language. I no longer have any such illusions. It gets more expensive the more you get. Oh my crap, I didn't know that either. They probably told me at some point and I forgot. Purchase upgrade modules. This is probably not the right kind of upgrade. No, these are like upgrades. Once per system in the base station. The other one is in the anomaly. I think it maybe did it on the anomaly, but I need to check. Oh, maybe I already did it on this thing. Okay, let me try another. I've only been to one other system. Well, let me see if they had something there that I missed. And now I'm in a different solar system. Oh, here it is. But is there... I want to get more up here. Can I just do it? Like, oh, shit! I didn't realize it was that simple. When I get to those cargo pod drops, can I also do that there? Oh man, that's good to know. Okay, I'm gonna. And this is just 100 units. Okay. And are those the ones that go up exponentially each time? All right, so let me do this. Shield lattice increases the base capacity of hazard protection system, allowing the user to spend longer in hazard environments without return at the end of it. Antimatter and sodium nitrate. I need more sodium nitrate. I don't have that much sodium. I'm gonna have to. Oh. Oh, and I need to refuel this thing too. Carbon. What was I gonna put in there? The sodium, right? I was gonna put all my sodium in there. And then I think I'm gonna go back to my home planet and look for more sodium. Go discover Utah. I could find a planet with a bunch of sodium and rename it Utah. There's some sodium right over there. Oh, there's some sodium nitrate crystals. Okay. Ow. You bitch. Here. You can just die. You can die too. You can also die. All this hazardous plants. That's the one I wanted. Are you harvesting? Yeah, everything you kill, you're getting stuff. Critters, I know the stuff you get from them, you can craft into something, but all the plants, the carbon, you use for just about everything. Or you use it for a lot of stuff. To, like, recharge your shit, I think. Alright, I should have everything I need for this now. Alright, what can I put together? I'm gonna go back to my base real quick. Now I need to move some of this shit around. Can I move this down here? Alright, what else can I... The hazmat gauntlet, maybe? Oh, just to store technology. That's it. Translator... Shield lattice... Oh, here we go. Hazard protection system. Translator. Oh, those work together. Okay. Hazard protection. Alright, so those are all connected now too? Okay. You have to eat? No. I think you can use food. You can cook and use food to replenish health and stuff. What you do need to keep track of is, here's your life support. So, like, oxygen goes down. You can take damage, but it seems like most of the time you're just dealing with basically your life support or your environmental protection going down. And then if those things go to zero, I think you actually start losing your health. But this is like life support. So you just be like, click on it, and it's like, oh, these are the things you can recharge it with. I wouldn't use that because that'll recharge the whole thing. But different elements, like I just used the raw oxygen that I collected from some of those plants earlier. And I only need 6 to top it off, back up at 100%. So there it is, back at 100. Starship, basically everything. The pulse engine. If I throw a little bit of tritium on that, that's back up to 100. Our character's not really human. I was not aware of that. It's sort of like a mystery of what you are. You're only, like, you don't know your history. But you're not human, and like I don't think anything in this is like human in the sense that we're human. But I don't know what it is. There's a cooking system and making complex. Yeah, buffs I would imagine. Yeah. Alright, what all am I doing right now? Yeah, I wasn't sure if humans, like, somehow maybe show up at some point in the game or not. It's the sense I get, but so far I'm not aware that there are any humans in the game. Unless, like, I didn't know. I didn't know if maybe under the suit I was a human. I wasn't sure, but... Because I think it doesn't tell you what you are. Like, you don't know what you are. You're something else. You're a traveler. Log. That's what I'm looking at. Trying to figure out what the hell to do next. Oh, there's more stuff to talk about with my base archives? Man, I mean, it's very generous, but... Are you ever going to stop giving me shit? Help. Nope. I need help. Help the... Unlock. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Another little... I guess when it gets 100%, maybe it'll stop giving me this sequence of updates. Fading sun, set camp in the foothills. Hardly luxury, but keeps out the cold. I'll be gone by morning anyways. Perhaps some other traveler will shelter here one day. Okay, I don't know. Construction log. What did they give me this time? Downloading plans. Base plans restored. Oh, all sorts of lights that I can add now. Alright. Readable archive complete. We're fragment the next thingamabobber. I'm going to construct a white light. Oh, hold on. I didn't even check to see what it needed. Sodium to make a white light. Alright. You ever get a package of salt? Make it do this. There we go. I built... Oh, it needs to be powered, huh? Does it need to be powered? Alright. Oh, it does need to be powered. Here, I'll do some power conduits that maybe look a little bit... Don't look like complete garbage. Yay, now I've got a light. Some very conspicuous glowing, ethereal glowing wires running all over the place. Alright, now do I get to talk more to the base computer? Probably. They're like, hey, you built a light bulb. Congratulations. Or passkey. Your... Travelers. For... I have no idea. You can get an upgrade later to make them all invisible. I'm kind of looking forward to that. Saw another one today on the space station. They looked at me like I wasn't there, stared right through. Was just a geck when I returned, imagining things? Okay. Additional data available, construction log. Where are we down? Oh, what do we got this time? Appearance modifier. Allows you to users to adjust their personal appearance settings. The module. It's a new building part. Okay. Applies advanced holographic techniques to recalibrate the light around the user, allowing them to adopt whatever appearance they desire. I wonder if that's the same one you can use on space stations to change your suit and paint and all that stuff. Okay. Only takes 10 ferrite dust. Oh, wow. Okay. It probably needs to be powered, huh? Alright. Oh, insufficient power. I'm wondering... Okay. At a certain point, I'm probably going to need to be able to generate more power, but... Let's, continue this little doohickey up into that corner. Alright, that looks like fucking garbage, but oh well. Actually, can I get rid of that? Because that's not what I wanted. I did not want that to happen. Delete. Delete. What I wanted was for it to like... Oh, I can... There's like a camera mode I can do too. There we go. I wanted to come back here. And then... come maybe down behind. Alright, that's a little more what I had in mind. Doesn't look quite... It's not like a cord, a glowing cord coming right across like where I'm trying to walk. And this does appear to be the same thing that they offer you in in the space stations. Overwrite your current customization settings. Well, I just want to see what it looks like, dude. You have different body shapes, different helmets, and I guess there's a lot more you can still unlock later. Skyborn. That's new. That's kind of cool. Let's keep my my color scheme consistent though. Here we go. Some of the race settings are extremely inhuman. Oh, okay. You actually have to Y to actually press save, not the number. Huh. My brain's not processing that sentence very well. Oh, I like the, well, let's see, I can have the blue, gray, silver. You like the Cyclone helm? Oh, that looks kind of cool, though. And then there's a few different styles for everything. And then you can change, like, the color patterns. That one. On the previous screen are the 3 save slots. It has enough. Oh, yeah, right. That was up here. You have to press. Oh, save. Like, oh, okay. No. Okay. Alright, I want to leave. Select apply changes. Yes. So let's see. Geck. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, traveler. Oh, shit. Is this what I am? Wow, okay. Alright, I'm not gonna do any of that stuff. Although now that I'm looking at it, I think I like the gold visor better than the blue. Maybe like a true gold. That's kind of cool. The big orb for a head? Yeah, that's an option. Maybe I like the orange. I still... Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the orange. Anyway, I can always mess with it later. Okay, now what, base computer? I'm gonna have to build a bigger base if he keeps giving me shit. Alright, now what? Helps. And... two... There we go. I have no idea why that worked, but it did. Archon. I thought of hours too, but daylight is already fading. The sun is slipping. Light barely penetrates. The thick rings looping endless around this. Something. I need to hurry. Additional data available. Construct the logs. Recover blueprints. Okay. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing today that was pretty cool. Is there's exactly one In-N-Out hamburger place in Oregon. And it's always got a line a mile long. And as we were on our way to sign our docs today, which was like an hour and a half drive or something, we were afraid it could have been a lot longer, so we left early because certain parts coming out of Portland can have heavy traffic, and it didn't. So we were like 90 minutes ahead of schedule for this assignment or for the appointment to do our docs. So we went to the one In-N-Out, and it was also, you know, Thursday at 2:30 in the afternoon or whatever. So but yeah, well, if you're gonna pry open to the politics behind the owners, there's probably a lot of places, if you could dig deep enough, that would be offensive or to whoever, whatever your sensibilities are. In-N-Out, yeah, I don't want to get into it, but about the politics of the owners, but I really like the hamburgers, and I really like my experience of going to In-N-Out. And yeah, I think it's true I think the cups like have a Bible verse on them or something. Sometimes you don't have to dig at all, though. That's true. That's true, Brad. I don't know if I want to delve into it, and I also don't always want to be like, oh, they put a Bible verse on their thing or whatever. You know, yeah, I know there's more to it. Politically, there's more to it. They put money into things that are consistent with whatever. I don't want to get into it. And I respect if you boycott them. I respect that, or if you would boycott them if they were in China. I respect that. I'm gonna get into it. I am not going to get into it. Yeah, because the fact of the matter is I fucking love In-N-Out's food. So, and I've loved their food a lot longer than I had any idea about what the politics were of the owners. So, I did not change course when I found out, like, oh, they put Bible verses and then they contribute money to things that religious people contribute money to that maybe I don't always agree with. Your ignorance is a shield. Got it. No, no. I mean, really, if you could trace anything you spend to something nefarious. So if you really want to boycott the system, stop spending money anywhere. Because all that money's going to end up somewhere that you don't want it eventually. My ignorance is shield. That's not literally what I just said. I mean, you're summarizing. Okay, whatever. I'm going to say it. I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood to get political or defend stuff like that. Like, oh, you went to the supermarket. That owner raped children once. It's like, oh, well, shit. Okay. Guess I can't go. Oh, his third cousin is like a, whatever. He hunts animals, something. It's like, all right, dude. I know I'm oversimplifying it, and I'm strawmanning it, and I understand. There are places that I don't go to because I don't like their politics. So I understand it. You're fine with child rape friendly grocery. Well, the fact of the matter is, what the point I'm making is, and again, I have no desire to get into this conversation right now. Like, I'm seriously like I can feel my blood pressure going up right now. Because yeah, there are people do idiosyncratic things. People, if you trace everything you spend money on, you're gonna find there are some things there are ways you could trace the money you're spending that's ending up in the pockets of people that are politically not aligned with you. So, and maybe if you become aware of it, you stop. But I can tell you right now, you spend money that gets routed to people and organizations that do not align with your politics, even though you're not aware of those connections. Oh, Jesus. I think, okay, here's another thing too, is I have a feeling you're like deep down, like you are deeply like down in these lines of thought, these arguments. I'm not. And I know it sounds shallow, and I know it sounds simple. It makes you want to eat there even more. Okay, well, I'll just say it. The fact is, what I'm aware of In-N-Out is they voted for, was it against or for Prop 8? Whatever it was in California, it was a big thing about gay marriage like 15 years ago. And they put money into the thing against gay marriage. And I am aware of that. And I don't agree with that. I didn't agree with it then. I don't agree with it now. Did I stop going In-N-Out? No, I never did. And can I reconcile that and be like, well, I'm giving money and that money's ending up supporting causes that I don't like? No, I cannot reconcile that. You won't eat at Cracker Barrel till they take that old man off the logo again? Did they put him back on? But the fact of the matter is like a lot of times, I mean, Chick-fil-A's got the same thing, and Chick-fil-A I've never really been into. There were no Chick-fil-A's where I grew up, so by the time I heard of Chick-fil-A, it was like, well, I already never went to Chick-fil-A, so it was not a big deal for me to not start going to Chick-fil-A. Hobby Lobby was another big one. Never went to a Hobby Lobby in my life. Not the kind of store I like to go to. Heard they were given to shit that's like goes against my politics. Fine. It's like, I'm not going to go there anyways. But if I'd been going to Hobby Lobby all my life and I had no idea and then I found out, I don't know. Like, maybe I'd stop going. I don't know. They treat their potatoes inhumanely. That's the funny thing is like they actually, the way they prep their fries is more like high quality than any fast food. Like they literally cut their potatoes right there before they make their fries. It's not like you go to McDonald's or someplace and they've got like bags of frozen like pre-sliced fries they dump into a fryer. Like, but the fact of the matter is, I don't enjoy their fries either. Like, I don't care that they do their fries in this super like, wow, it's super like, wow, you can watch them cut the potatoes. It's not out of it, but it's like, hey, if they had a bag of frozen pre-sliced fries and they put it in a fryer and I liked it better, I'm gonna eat those fries. I don't care if it came out of the freezer. Yeah, they're the ones that do animal style. Yeah, I think that's like, isn't that like basically with like Thousand Island dressing or something? All the processing that McDonald's does results in a much better fry. Yeah, so the fact that like you can go at In-N-Out and you see them like, oh, someone back there, they skin the potatoes and then they put it through this thing and it turns it into like the French fry shapes, and then they like literally go from whole potatoes to the French fries you're getting. Nothing's ever frozen. Like, I think there's something cool about that, but the end result is however they end up doing it, by the time it gets to my plate or my bag or whatever, I just don't like their fries as much as like some other places. Hand cut fries tend to be less consistent than frozen. Well, the thing about In-N-Out is I feel like their fries are consistent. I feel like their fries have been the same every time I've ordered them. And I don't hate them. It's just like, but if I'm going to do a lineup of all the places I go to have fries, then, I mean, I will say they're consistent. Other places I go are kind of all over the place. Like, I'll come out of McDonald's being like, those fries are great. And then the next time I go, I come out and I'm like, oh, those weren't so good. Five Guys, I feel like their fries are way too salty. A lot of places I have like fries I don't like because they're too salty. But sometimes I feel like, you know, everything's supposed to be fresh, but sometimes I feel like the stuff I got wasn't as fresh. I think maybe that's some variations there too. Alright. I'm gonna download some more plans. Romer Geobay? Oh shit. Where do I get paraffinium? Only been to Five Guys once, but damn, they gave you a lot of fries. Quality was okay, better than In-N-Out. Five Guys is good. I mean, it's more like homemade, whatever, thicker burger patties and everything else. In-N-Out is one of those places where it seems like people that have heard, who aren't from California, who have heard a shit ton about, oh, In-N-Out's so great, it's so great, it's so great. If they finally get to try In-N-Out, they're just like, what the fuck's the big deal? So I don't know what it is. I grew up around in Southern California. I feel like that the stuff they make doesn't taste like all the other places, so it could just be like a novelty thing. And it was also rarer than other places. Like, you have a McDonald's and a Burger King and a Jack in the Box like every 2 blocks in California. But it was like In-N-Out, they were a lot more unusual. And I think In-N-Out does do things. They do things well. I like they toast the buns. They do. I don't know. But it's more about ratios too. Like, they still have, like, you go, oh, I went to Five Guys and they had the thick patties. It's like, yeah, that's great. Some people are like, hey, the patty's so thick, that means it's better. And I'm like, well, sometimes I like the thin patties. I like the proportions of places that do thin patties. Jack in the Box is a joke in California. That's what you get if nothing else is available. Also, Del Taco of the Taco. I like Jack in the Box too. I didn't grow up on Jack in the Box. It's something I discovered like in college, basically. But I like Jack in the Box because they have a variety of things. I don't think any of it is particularly like amazing, but some of the stuff, like, I like their tacos. Other people hate their tacos, but they're like, the whole taco's deep fried. That's unusual. And I don't know, the stuff inside is like, it's not really like meat. It's weird, whatever. It's like some weird meat paced, but I love it. It seems like it's terrible approximation of tacos, but I love it. I love their stuffed jalapenos. What the cheese stuff they put in there? I don't know. It's not really cheese. It's sort of like cheese adjacent, but I love it. Ultimate cheeseburger. You don't have to special order anything. Most places a bunch of more garbage in the burger. And I think that their burgers in general are just like regular competent burgers. I don't think they're the best burgers by any means. Life's too short to hate everything. Well, I mean, the fact is, there are places that I don't like. You know, one place that's dropped way down for me is Burger King. When I was growing up and into my young adulthood, I feel like their quality has gone down or something. I don't think it's just me. Like, my tastes have just changed. I feel like Burger King, like back in the 80s and 90s, made some like kick-ass fucking hamburgers. And that at some point in the last 15 to 20 years, you get a Whopper and they're doing something different. I don't know what it is, but it's not good anymore. Wendy's is slowly declining. I've never been much of a Wendy's person. It was just never like, I liked it when I've gone, but it's just never been a go-to for me. I like Carl's Jr. I feel like of the major chains that are on every block, I feel like Carl's Jr. makes some of the better. It'll be Hardee's for people elsewhere in the country. Here's Carl's Jr. I think they make some pretty good hamburgers. Your husband thinks that about Burger King too, and you can't tell the difference. All I can say is Burger King, and then like, I remember Burger King specifically around like 1990 and thinking their hamburgers were fucking incredible. Like, their meat was moist and like everything. And now it seems like the meat is dry, it's too salty, it's whatever. Everything just doesn't gel together like it used to. Idiots demanding $20 an hour to work is going. I feel like I think that's more of a complex issue than yeah, I think that's a more complicated issue than workers are asking for too much money. It's probably a contributing factor, but I think I was seeing stuff about like why fast food prices have jacked up, and it's more about supply chain issues. Certainly the wages that they pay people will play into how much things cost, but I think in the big picture, that's a smaller factor than some of the other problems that the industry is facing. They can't find good workers anymore. I never had this vision of like, back in the 90s, the people that worked at fast food places were just top notch. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. I haven't noticed a change in quality of the people that work at the fast food places. Some places have good employees that I'm like, wow, those people are really great. And other places are like, yeah, those people seem like they suck and hate their lives. You live in the city, you notice. Okay. Yeah, what am I even doing? Is that base computer giving me more shit? Construct the Roamer Geobay. Alright, the Roamer Geobay. Do I have to put it like on top of my base? Does it have to be on something? Alright, missing components. So what did it need? I can do metal plating and ion batteries. Where do I get paraffin? That's the thing that I don't know if I've ever gotten. Catalog and guide, material. Raw materials. Exotic paraffinium. In the galactic map, search for a paraffinium-rich system. Alright, well, I'm going to go back into the space station for that. Normally from a paradise planet. Alright. That's one of the planet types. Needs to be on fairly flat ground, otherwise it just goes on the ground. Alright. I think the problem there too is I just didn't have the ingredients. When you're doing upgrades in your suit and on your multi-tool, it lets you actually install them before you have the ingredients, but yeah, not when you're building stuff. They don't let you do that shit. Wait, what's the... Stranded life form? Alright, now I need to see what's up with that. Alright, but while I'm out here... Wait, what was it about how to... Was there some... I've done so little interstellar exploring, I don't know how to find shit. Emerald drive required. They've given me instructions, and then it got overridden. You won't get into paraphernalia. You won't get it on the... Okay. Let me see what it told me before, again. In the galaxy map, search for a paraffinium-rich system. Okay, so what you're saying is the map itself is not going to tell me. It's like I have to use the map to go to different systems and then find it. But I'm not going to look at this and it's going to be like, oh, that one's paraffinium-rich. Look. Scanning planets with C. Free look. Explorer. I think what's the next I'm gonna do this first, and then I think I have an atlas thing. I can start following the atlas path. Yellow systems are more likely, but you're not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. See about this stranded life form. Oh, that's just a random ship that happened to be there, huh? Follows freedom. Rejected lies follows freedom. The ship is broadcasting its master over an endless loop. Message is decayed over time, but it's still salvageable. Coordinates, accept coordinates. Shut down my receiver and input the coordinates in my starship's navigation systems. One final check reveals no life signs, no further intelligent message from the abandoned vessel. Alright. Wow, I'm just going like straight down into this bitch. Well, this planet sure looks bleak. That doesn't look quite as bad on the ground. Environmental warning. External temperature is 147 degrees Fahrenheit. That's so it's a little warm. Might be an update or you've not done what you did. It should paraffin on that system. I think I missed that. I didn't notice. But I am also getting to a point in the evening where I'm starting to... As if I have better attention to detail earlier in the evening when, especially on stream. I'm getting tired. So it's like Saudi Arabia. So actually it creates a save point when you get out of your ship. I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's almost midnight. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Honestly, with the move and everything happening, I wish I could just take the next week off. Just chillax and pack. I'd be really glad when we're done moving and we're settled in. I feel like we've been like, our whole lives have been shaken up for the last 2 months as we've been, it's almost 3 months where we've been like trying to buy a house, almost moving. Yeah, no, I didn't. I mean, I was too tired to want to deal with that discussion, but that discussion did not wear me out. It's like, it's almost midnight, so. Just a little EASA. Tempting rad, you know. I took some time off of work, yeah. In fact, you know, I took today off because I knew that I knew the signing was happening, that we were going to be leaving in the middle of the day, and they also gave us like a 99-page, like before you go, like you sort of like pre-review all the documentation. It's like 100 pages of stuff, so I was just like, I'm just gonna take the day off. I let them know ahead of time. It was kind of funny because I didn't know when we were going to sign, but I said, okay, we're looking at September 11th as our move date. And some day before that, I'm going to need a day off to sign like closing docs. I don't know when that day is going to be. I probably won't know what that day is going to be until like right before that day comes. And that's how it turned out. We didn't find out that we were signing today until yesterday. So. Oh, Maxie, yeah, you're not the first. You're the second person, I think, today that's told us that. The other person was our mortgage broker. Was like, yeah, it's so much easier before all your furniture and your stuff is in there. We don't have any immediate plans to paint. So maybe if we did, we would be making a move on that now. We haven't really thought about it. It could be once my wife has thought about it, she'll have some ideas. But haven't really thought about the painting part yet. And also just the way we have it planned out, like, we're not going to be able to spend any time down there before we move in. We're going to Comic-Con this weekend, which, like, honestly, Comic-Con's great, but right now, and there's a ton of, like, panels and stuff we want to see. But honestly, I'm like, I don't even want to deal with that shit right now. Like, I'd rather go, we're going to have possession of our house tomorrow. I'd rather go to our house this weekend. Like, tomorrow we're going to have possession. We're going to be homeowners for the first time. And we'll have a house that we own. It's our house. And like, I just kind of want to go there. Even though we don't have all our stuff in. I'm like, let's just go there. When we almost bought the last house, we did have it even planned out where we had a move date, but we had a weekend before the move date where we had possession. And we were going to go that weekend before with like camping cots and whatever and just spend the weekend there and be like, start getting stuff for the house. And I kind of wish we could do that this weekend. I'd want to do Comic-Con and see the things we're going to see at Comic-Con, but it's like, it's too much. Like, there's just too fucking much going on, you know? Comic-Con is like a big, tiring thing, too. Gonna start dragging me to home conventions? I wouldn't be surprised. Start making you watch this whole house. Yeah, she's mostly been obsessed with what we're gonna do with the yard. Like, she's got all these like gardening ideas and landscaping ideas, and I'm honestly like, and one part of me is kind of like, oh, it's cool, we're gonna be able to do certain things, but maybe the other part of me is like, just be careful, because I don't want to end up like spending every weekend doing yard work. Like, I got enough. I need my downtime. And I think after we move, money's gonna be more tight, because I'd be like, yeah, well, if you want to hire a bunch of, or put in a bunch of plants that are gonna need to be tended constantly, then we're gonna hire people that tend to them. But I think going to Comic-Con be a good. Yard work is therapeutic. I don't know. I haven't done yard work since I was a kid, and I hated it. But maybe as an adult, I feel different about it. I haven't done yard work as an adult. Although I play a lot of video games, essentially, that are like doing yard work. So who knows? Maybe now it's like I'll spend all weekend playing Stardew Valley, but if you tell me to rake any leaves, I'm like, what? I don't want to do that. Meanwhile, log into my computer, rake. Look, I raked the leaves. It's easier to click a mouse than it is to actually rake leaves. Just get a scythe. You hated it as a kid, but now you love it. It's the only way outsiders can judge your house. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do have like I like the idea of our place looking nice, and thinking about like different kind of bushes or trees that we might want to get. Like, I think I wanted originally, we have there are cherry trees around like the complex where I live, and I always kind of like them, especially when they bloom, but I thought they were like nice trees, and I was like, maybe cherry trees. But she's afraid that Millie's gonna choke on the pits. But then we're maybe gonna get plum trees. I like the kind of the plum trees that have the purple leaves. I think those are cool looking. So get a real mower. We don't have a ton of lawn, but it's like there's a little enough that Amanda keeps saying, just get a push mower, and I'm like, that's the formula for me to not ever want to mow the lawn, even if it's not big. So we're getting a gas mower. You did not like mowing the lawn as a kid? Let's see, you had a 1 acre yard. The time when there was a hidden rabbit's nest? Oh no. With baby rabbits? No, I never had I used to mow the lawn at one house we lived in when I was a kid. Most of the yard work that I had to do when I was a kid, though, most of the time was spent. We had a bunch of fruit trees, and certain times a year, they just like dumped like tons, it seemed like tons of leaves and oranges and like just waste. And I would spend every weekend like just, and it was all like rotten fruit. It was like 6 inches to 8 inches of like thick of leaves covering rotten, like just pounds and pounds of rotten fruit that smelled terrible and was gross as hell. And it was just like, I just remember I hated it. and I'm like, so Amanda keeps wanting to get like different fruit trees, and I'm like, I'm just having flashbacks from when I was a kid, where it was like, it wasn't just like, oh, rake, 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 and then you're done. It was like, you had to get in there with your gloves and like pick everything up. Like use your hands to get that shit like in those bags. Like sit on the ground and do it. I don't know. Maybe they got better tools for that kind of stuff now. You have 4 black walnut trees in your property. They drop so much shit on your lawn. Okay. Your dad's house is surrounded by oaks. They drop tons of thousands of acorns in a month. It feeds so many rats. Oh no. So yeah, I'm kind of like occasionally like, can we get at least some plants that don't like have fruit that's gonna fall off and rot? You know, I like the idea of having, because I won't lie, like those oranges, when the problem is you'd end up with like 300 pounds of oranges over the course of a season. But when you hit, and they're all like ripe at around the same time, so you get as much as you can, and then there's 200 pounds left. It's just gonna, if you can't give it away or whatever else, it's just gonna end up on the ground, rotten, and me sitting on my ass trying not to cry because I gotta put it all away, clean it up. But those oranges, the homegrown oranges, oh my god, they're better than anything you ever got in a store. We sometimes grew like home strawberries. They were better than any strawberries that I'd ever had in a store. Like it was like, yeah, some of that stuff I'm like, yeah, like the plums. I got kind of excited thinking like, shit. I've had a few really good plums from stores, but I still think about this batch of, I worked at this little grocery store near UCLA back in like around the year 2000. And I can still remember there was one batch of plums we got in that were the best plums I've ever had. And it was almost a spiritual experience. And I never had as good of plums before or after that. Any fruit, though, I've had that experience where if you get almost any fruit, if you get the perfect ripeness, the perfect, whatever the conditions are that make it have like be in the perfect shape by the time you put it in your mouth. But it seemed like the stuff we grew at home hit those marks a lot more consistently than what you get in the store. Because when you get in the store, typically it's like, it's imported from Mexico. It's picked green off the, it's not ripe at all. And then they put it in cooler trucks and whatever else. So they have it like carefully orchestrated so that by the time they sell it, it's getting close to the point where it's ripe enough to get. So they play a lot of games with like the ripeness. But so I think there's a difference where if like you have oranges that ripen on the tree, like to the point where they're ready to fall off. They're ready to eat. Like that's different than something. It's an orange that's picked like green and hard as a fucking rock, and like 3 weeks later you're buying it and it's starting to turn orange. You don't care for tomatoes, but homegrown tomatoes are the biggest delta in quality. I could believe it. I think we've had some homegrown tomatoes. Yeah, they have like. It's almost seems fake in how much flavor it has. Harvested your mom's peach tree a couple weeks ago. You ended up putting 20 pounds into the hydrator. Nice. You have a mulberry tree also. You can always tell it's ripe when there's purple bird shit all over yours. Okay, that's, yeah. Oregon also has the only climate in the U.S. suitable for growing wasabi. I didn't know wasabi was a plant. You mean the green shit you put on your sushi? Is that a plant? I didn't know what the hell that stuff came from. But no, Oregon's got a good it's got a good soil and good climate for a lot of things. Not everything, but it's good. Yeah. It's relative to the horseradish. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Okay. I'm supposing there's probably some sort of processing involved. Well, it's like I know mustard comes from a plant, but it's not like you go and just squeeze the mustard fruit into the bowl and it's mustard just to put it on your burger. Come to think of it, I don't even know what a horseradish... I mean, I know what horseradish is, but I don't think I've ever had it in, like, the plant form. Is it an actual, like, a radish? I don't know. Mustards come from seeds, right? It's ground up seeds? I don't know. Watch some Clarkson farm. He grew some wasabi. It is not a real farm. Okay. Most USA wasabi is horseradish. Alright. Hey, oh my shit. How did it, now it's after midnight even? I mean, I know for some of you it's like 3 a.m. and I don't even know how you do that shit. I know I get tired. I get tired though. Oh my god. Let's talk more about wasabi. Oh my god, no. And peaches. 2 a.m. for you. Oh my god, I am so tired right now. Okay, I gotta go, you guys. And the sad thing is I'm also a little bit hungry, and that always fucks me up too, because then if I need to eat something, if I try to go to sleep and I'm hungry, then I lay there and my stomach goes, and then I'm like, shit. And then I'm distracted that I'm hungry. But then if I eat, I can't lay down right away. I need to let it settle. Because if I eat and then I try to like lay down and go to sleep right away, I always end up feeling like I wake up at 3 a.m. with heartburn or some shit. You can't sleep if you're hungry either. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I mean, like that doesn't seem to happen to everybody. Like, it doesn't happen to Amanda. Let's just go to Taco Bell real fast. I don't think... Maybe there's some around here where the drive-thrus are open 24 hours. That's one thing that the difference between California, or at least Los Angeles, and most of Oregon is there's not a lot of 24-hour stuff going on. But maybe Jack in the Box open 24 hours. Eat cereal before bed. Make some burritos. That's actually what I'm craving right now. We got some from Costco. We got these. I think it's called Reds. Is the company? It's Reds bean and cheese burritos. I mean, bean and cheese burritos are pretty basic, but it's like a really good quality. Not that expensive either. I think that what we got was like ended up being under $1. It's a box of 10 for like $9 and something. It was on sale. So we've been working through those. It's a real easy thing, just throw in the microwave for a couple minutes. And chorizo and potato burrito, those are good. Homemade burritos, good. Taco Bell's around you are open till 2 a.m. Let me see. I'm curious. The fact is, I don't go get food that late anymore. When I was young, especially when I used to work nights, I would go to places all hours of the night. Oh yeah, I'm seeing I just Googled Taco Bell and it looks like it's all over the gamut. Close at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Well, the fact of the matter is they're all open right now, but I'm not gonna go out or order Taco Bell, especially when I have those delicious Burritos from Costco. I think I'm gonna have a couple of those. Lalo made you hungry. Cooking made you hungry. I can get myself Taco Bell, but I won't do it. But I don't know. I feel like Amanda would be disappointed in me if she woke up and found out that I ordered Taco Bell at like 12:30 in the morning. Like, it's not like I'd be forbidden or anything, but I'm pretty sure she would be disappointed in me. Especially she'd be like, you still had 5 of those Reds burritos that are so good in the freezer. Why did you order Taco Bell? Like, yeah, we didn't have Mexican pizza in the freezer. That's the problem. All right. Cutting things off, you guys. No stream next week. Next Thursday, I won't even have like my computer set up. Actually, I won't even have internet in the house until Friday. But nevertheless, next weekend is going to be there's no way I'm streaming next weekend. So, thanks, Maxie. Who knows, maybe I'll do like a look at my new house stream on my phone or some shit, but probably not. Probably gonna be too busy. What's a Mexican pizza? Oh. Alright. You've successfully caused me to not quite end the stream just yet, because now you need to know. Taco Bell. Wondering if I can. There's a bunch of copycat recipes. Alright, we can do it like this. So, this is a Mexican pizza. It's basically stop. Yeah, whatever. Whatever cookies you want to give me. Shut up. It's 2 flour tortillas, deep fried. There's the layer of beans and ground beef. And then on top there's a layer of like an enchilada sauce or some sort of a taco sauce with melted cheese and diced tomatoes on top. It's pretty basic. But like, I think they're more expensive around here. Now, fast food, or are you excited because that's a cheap price? I think they're like $8 around here. Everything's fucking expensive. Yeah, fast food has gotten insanely expensive. But I don't even know where this is from. This is just like a random. I did an image search. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of like, mostly it's like how to make Mexican pizzas. I don't know. I love them. I mean, really, it's just like a combination of fairly basic ingredients, just configured in such a way and in such ratios as to me be extremely delicious. But there's nothing like mind blowing that someone thought to do this. It's just that they did think to do it, and they have everything in just the right proportions. That to me, it's like it just hits this magical like boom. They got all the right things together in all the right proportions and all the right textures and just nailed it. You can eat 3 of those things either, but not a $6. I want to say that they're more where we go to get them. I mean, it's just one of those things I've sort of come to just be like, yeah, if we're gonna go hit a Taco Bell drive-through, just don't even pay attention to the price because, well, we'll get like they always have those value boxes, which are a good deal. Like you can still get a meal for like $7 or whatever. And it's actually a pretty decent deal. But any of their regular stuff or anything that's a la carte is just gonna like gouge you. Here, Mexican pizza is normal dough. Oh yeah, no, this is not. It's obviously not literally a pizza. It's just sort of like it's a thing they invented with tortillas and everything else, and they called it a Mexican pizza. But I mean, I've been to places too, like actual pizza joints, and they have, oh, you can get your Hawaiian or you can get your this, and they'll have like, oh, there's a Mexican pizza or whatever, and it's literally like a pizza crust with like beans and meat and cheese and taco sauce instead of regular sauce, whatever. And those are good too. Maybe some crumpled chips on top. But none of them come close to the magic of the 2 deep fried flour tortillas with just the right amount of meat and beans in the middle, refried beans, and the stuff on top. And then they cut it into quarters, so it's just like little wedges, and you pick them up. Oh my God, I love it so much. And then they took it away for a while. For like 3 years, there was no Mexican pizza. They took it off the menu. And finally they brought it back. In San Diego, Mexican pizza is normally dough, refried beans, whatever else you have on a taco burrito. Yeah, right. So, and I've had those too. They have those, like in Oregon, there are pizza places where you can order that sort of thing. It's literally just like you're at a pizza place, but instead of putting on traditional Italian or whatever, I don't know if you consider pizza really Italian, but marinara sauce and whatever else, it's like they're like good Mexican ingredients. Okay. All right. Well, now Armando, whether he approves of it or not, knows what a Mexican pizza is. I had one earlier this week. It was amazing. And today, when we were going to do the signing, we were like, yeah, we get into town earlier. We know we're going to be early. We should stop someplace to get something to eat. And immediately I was like, Taco Bell. But then I was like, hey, as we're getting up towards that area, we're going to be passing the one In-N-Out in the state of Oregon. And if we got time to kill, might as well spend it. Every time we've driven by for the past 4 years, it came in about 4 or 5 years ago, there's been a line a mile long. And so every time we've been, and we only pass it on our way somewhere else. It's like halfway up to Eugene, halfway up. We're always just passing it usually on our way somewhere else. So if we were going to do a stop, it would be like a quick, like we're stopping on our way to visit family and don't have time to be like, oh, hey, we're going to be an hour late because we decided to go to In-N-Out. I love TJ. That's where I took the meth. And no, in fact, I did not take meth in TJ. I took meth after I was in TJ because some guys were stranded down there. And so we gave them a ride home. And they lived on Coronado, the Coronado Peninsula. One of them at least had, like, that would have been a nice house. Like, I'm sure his parents owned it. It was him and a bunch of his other friends. And turns out one of them was a meth dealer. And they were so grateful that I helped them, giving them a ride, that they let me have meth with them. I didn't know what meth was at that point. I was pretty naive. And it scared me really. I'm pretty sure I came close to overdosing. So it scared me very bad. And I have never tried it again. And it's made me scared to experiment with anything after that. So I was very smooth with the women at TJ. I don't know if smooth is the right word. I did do some womanizing down there back in the 90s. early to mid 90s, back when I was age appropriate. I want to say the last time I went down to Mexico, we went to Rosarito Beach, which is, you know, about a half hour down, 20 minutes, 30 minutes down the coast. And they have a bunch of, like, kind of cool clubs and stuff down there. I haven't been into any of those places since the 90s, so I don't know what they're like now. But the last time I went to, like, clubbing in Mexico, I was in college. I think I was, like, 23. And me and a friend drove down to Rosarito Beach and went to the, I think we went to the Rosarito Beach hotel and got a room. And we walked around and went clubbing, and I got super drunk. And the thing is, like, all the girls, at least back then, it was like, girls could go down to Mexico at, like, 15 and just no one would give a shit. Like, let them into the club. As long as they didn't look like prepubescent little girls, the people that ran the clubs would just let them in. So half the girls in those places weren't even 18. And that was the first time when I went, I was 23, and I felt very much like, oh my God, all these people look like minors. Like, you know, you get older and all of a sudden everyone looks like, everyone in high school suddenly looks super young. That was my experience. And I hadn't been down to Mexico at that point, like, a couple of years. Because when I turned 21, I kind of stopped going down for the most part. But yeah. I'm no longer welcome. That's what the government says. Went to Valle de Guadalupe 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Is that the street down there in Rosarito? All the bars and TJs still have photographs pasted on the walls. I remember that at some of the places I went to, some of them aren't there anymore. There's one that I think I looked on when I was doing Google Earth VR. I think it was still there. It's called Escape. I think that one is still there. There was like one or two places I still recognized the name. It was on Revolucion. And that place, Escape, the bartenders there knew what I drank. Like, I got it. So I would go in there, because my whole thing was like, I'd go in, and I never really liked alcohol, but at that point I did like getting drunk, because then I felt like I dropped my inhibitions enough so that I wasn't afraid to talk to girls. So I'd go in, I would drink like 4 drinks all at once. And I would get 2 kamikazes and 2 sex on the beach, because they all tasted like fruit punch. And my friends would be like, yeah, you're funny, because we go down there and you like you show up, you go straight to the bar, you get your 2 kamikazes and your 2 sex on the beach, and you like drink them super fast. And like 10 minutes after we're at the club, we look over, you're like sober, and then we look over, it's like red and you look drunk. Oh yeah, well, you can't hate everything, Brad. A wise man once said, you can't hate everything. But I liked both of those drinks very much. That's what I drank back then. And I liked them very much. I did not hate them. I thought Sex on the Beach was delicious. I like Blue Hawaiians. I liked all the, like I said, I don't like alcohol. So the thing I liked about a lot of those drinks was they were great delivery systems for alcohol without really tasting like alcohol. You drank 16 kamikazes in one night once? I barely even remember like what they taste like. They're kind of citrusy. So what is it? But that sounds like really grown-up drinks. They probably all taste bitter and sour and burning in your mouth. Never was into that shit. If it was like, literally, if you could just give me Kool-Aid, like a Hawaiian punch, and it would make me drunk, I would drink that. If you give me Mountain Dew, and it would make me drunk, I would drink that before I'd ever touch whiskey or anything else. Anything that tastes like whiskey. I like pina coladas too. There. I might like a gin gimlet. Maybe I would. I don't even remember how I discovered the drinks that I got when I was down there. Probably someone else introduced them to me. And I was like, oh, it's a certain things. I'm like, oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. I'm gonna guess probably I either someone else ordered sometimes and I tried different things, or they knew I liked all the fruity drinks, and they'd be like, "Here, you try this one." I go, "Well, you try that one," and then I found certain ones that just became my favorites because I tried them and I'm like, "Yeah, I like that." You only knew how many you drank looking at the bill the next day. I never drank that many. Like, I sort of kept track of how much that I would drink. I would start off with 4 drinks, and then over the course of like the next couple of hours, I would usually order like another drink every hour or so. But if I got past, once I hit for the evening about the 8 drink mark, I would start getting heartburn and feeling a little ill. So usually I think I would drink like 6 to 7 drinks. And if I pushed myself much past that, it would start making me sick. And I know somewhere around like the 10 drink mark, I actually would get sick down there. Like, I've got sick a couple times. Stouts are coffee and dark chocolate flavor. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely different than regular beers. You are very sick drinking Tokyo iced teas multiple times. Once on the steps of San Francisco City Hall. Wow, that's memorable. Oh my god, you guys, it's almost 12:30. Shit. I was gonna go like 20 minutes ago. Actually, 30 minutes ago, but then whatever. Alright. She got me talking about Tijuana again. Like, the golden days of my youth. I'm gonna go now, guys. I'm just gonna do it. Here we go. Look, it's happening. It's dark. And then this is happening. You're all gonna calm down, especially you. I was gonna say EV23, but what's the other name I was trying to make you do? Control V23. There we go. Calm down. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Wow, worked right away. Go to sleep now. Brad Pritchard, EV23, Armando Tellers, Jay Maxey, maybe Matus. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. It's probably... Well, that might have been everybody. Think Nick is still here? I think Nick stays to the end of these things. He's just not chatting a lot of the time. Night, Nick. What did I say his name wrong? Oh, Tellez. Armando Tellez. Yeah, that's probably how you're supposed to say it.